Francine Maxwell, my address is on file. What will be being passed out to you will be a progress report from one of the children in my community, and all I ask for you to do is look and say, could that be your child? Whether they're a special ed child, whether they're anything, moderate, severely, it doesn't matter. I just want you to look at that and tell me, as I begin to enter Program Improvement Year 11, how can this board leave this school the way that it is? Morris has not had a shakeup. It is not our destiny to be in Program Improvement Year 11. No amount of money can be thrown at this school without a major shakeup. We have world-class teachers at this school, best believe, but they cannot go through and do what they need to do without a total revamp. You have a paid leadership team that does not have all stakeholders on there. How can we move forward if the same leadership team continues to do the same thing? You expect different results with the same thing. The illegalness that has taken place. We have ROTC teachers that are conducting Saturday school. You are supposed to be a credentialed teacher being at Saturday school. Understand, I met someone that gave me the line this weekend. I need this board to demand that everybody be re-interviewed at Morris to see if they have the will to be at Morris and then the skill to be at Morris. If you do not have a degree in the department that you're teaching, you should not be able to teach in that department. I will never be able to move scores if I don't have credentialed teachers that have an English degree teaching AP English. I have nothing bad that, I look on the credential line and it has exam. I understand that they may come from Illinois, they have their degree, but once they come to California, they have to take a test, and under the credential website, it will say exam. But that's far and in between at a lot of the teachers that are at Morris.
Assam Salti, Layla Atkinson, Tom Muehlman, Dennis Shamp, Coral Taylor, Veronica Munoz, Pauline Hales Brown.
My name's Tom Muehlman. I'm a teacher at Mann Middle School. Ms. Jackson and I spoke last week. I was rather emotional that particular day. I'm going to try and rein my emotions in for you today. I just want to speak briefly about Mann Middle School. 99% of our kids get free lunches. Many are EL. Our demographics are 50% Hispanic, 23% Asian, 21% Black. Only 10% of our parents have high school degrees or college degrees. Few of our students have father figures. Two-parent households are the exception at Mann. There's an awful lot of family instability, and school is their only stability. We've lost 20 of our 42 teachers this year. That's a tough hit to take and to continue to make the gains we've made. Our admin team is one of the hardest working people I've ever seen. They're there on summers, they're there nights, they're there weekends, they're there on breaks, et cetera, et cetera. They've groomed a team that's a cohesive unit. They've moved kids. In 2009, our API went up 69 points. Last year, it went up 96 points. We are, of schools of similar rank, we're ranked 9th. We're 11th in the state of 100 schools ranked in the same demographics. Most of our staff put in 10 to 12-hour days. They're not afraid to work hard, but they've been let go because they have no seniority. There's something wrong with the system when you have a school that's moving and a school that's getting it done and you're cutting them off. It's kind of like climbing a ladder and all of a sudden there's no rungs there anymore. We're not going to be able to keep doing it because 20 of those teachers are gone. We're going to get 20 new teachers in. And it's going to take us a little while to get them on board with the program if they want to get on board with the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Pauline Hales Brown. I'm 12 years old, a future 7th grader at Pacific Beach Middle School, and I live at 5023 Everett Street. I think the IB program is so important to the Mission Bay cluster because it helps us students think out of the box by relating our knowledge to the world around us. We don't just read from the textbook, we do activities to actually experience what we're learning about. An example of that is what we did in social studies after learning about Confucianism. Our teacher elected Confucius scholars who taught the rest of us more about Confucianism, and we responded as people would have in ancient China. Another way the IB program helps us learn uniquely is the fact that instead of responding to the book we just read, The Breadwinner, in an essay, our class as well as another class combined to make a magazine that hopefully looks somewhat professional. These are all important reasons why we should fund this program, so I hope I have illustrated how important the IB program is to our community.
My name is Coral Taylor, and I'm a senior at Lincoln High School. And I recently went to the SGT meeting, and I saw the post and bid, and it said Spanish or French. A Spanish or French teacher that would assist the AP Spanish, which may include all levels of high school French or Spanish. I attended ECC due to not having any other language offered on my campus. As my pastor said this weekend, you cannot have new direction without correction. I feel that this board should direct Lincoln to build a more diverse language department, even though it's too late for me.
Okay, Jennifer Tandy, Melanie Stacy, Davina Hoyt, Paula Ingram, Edith Smith, and Sharon Powell.
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Ingram, and I work for the Children's Initiative here in San Diego County. First, I'd like to thank the board for your supportive efforts, including those of the Children's Initiative, to improve attendance in our schools. The Children's Initiative has been working with Bill Koba and Daryl Agassi on early identification of students who are at risk for struggle and failure due to poor attendance patterns. As you know, the earlier we intervene and address these issues, the more likely we can improve these behaviors before they become entrenched and result in failure and dropout. We'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the hard work of the principals, teachers, and staff who've partnered with us in this effort, and commend the remarkable achievement of the highest attendance rates in San Diego Unified in 5 years. Congratulations. As a longtime partner of primetime programs, we'd be remiss if we didn't also acknowledge the critical role that quality after-school programs play in the stupendous outcome. Research shows that students who attend before and after-school programs have higher rates of attendance and greater attachment to school. Additionally, low-income parents rely on these programs to keep their kids safe and give them much-needed academic supports. Quality after-school programs for all students are a key element, ensuring that no child fails to achieve proficiency in those critical learning skills. Again, we want to thank you so much for your time and continued efforts to keep our kids healthy and in school every day. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Jennifer Tandy, and I live at 4969 Foothill Boulevard. There are 6 schools in the Mission Bay cluster, and 3 of these schools are international baccalaureate schools: Mission Bay High, Pacific Beach Middle, and Sessions Elementary. IB is the identity of that cluster. There has been a 113-point increase in the API score at Pacific Beach Middle School since implementing the IB program, and many families have returned, many from private school and charter schools, trusting PB Middle once again because of the IB program. If IB is not supported at PB Middle, our award-winning music program, concert band, and string program will disappear. Our IB coordinator, who is the light and the force behind our IB curriculum, will also be gone. If we do not have IB in the Mission Bay cluster, we will lose our identity. We will lose all the success we've worked so hard for. With full appreciation of the daunting budget decisions that you all have, please support IB in the Mission Bay cluster at PB Middle School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Sharon Powell. My address is on record, and some of you already know me. Anyway, I'm here because I appreciate what all of you are doing as the board. This district is going through some very hard times, and those hard times will be continuing. But I had to come because the parents at Lincoln High School and now have been having conversations with me and asked that I do come and speak to the board on behalf of the students, the teachers, the staff at Lincoln. And now, as you know, they're going through some changes right now. Our principal, Mel Collins, is about to retire. He's retiring because, one, he's done a marvelous job throughout his career, but two, he's retiring because there are no funds available to keep him on as the principal at Lincoln. Mel is the executive principal right now, but he's willing to be a regular principal in support of those that will be remaining in their principalship. Mel Collins, that's a cut in pay, but he's willing to take that. The staff, students, and everyone, we've been there for 4 years, 5 years in transition. We need to continue. We really do need to have him there. We do not need such a drastic change in the makeup of the administration portion at Lincoln High School. The only way that it can stay is if this board can come up with funds to keep him on as a principal at Lincoln High School. We're asking as parents and as staff for the district to please not change what's going on over there. Read our WASP report. You'll see that there are needs. A lot of us worked very hard with him over the 4 years and on this WASP report. And now, so there's a great need there. We need to have him on, and we need to go through a transition period so that those that are going to be taking over that leadership can work with him over the course of this next year to ensure that success continues at Lincoln High School. Thank you.
Davina Hoyt, my address is on file, PhD candidate. I will speak quickly. All San Diego students will graduate with the skills, motivation, curiosity, and resilience to succeed in their choice of college and career in order to lead and participate in the society of tomorrow, which is a San Diego Unified School District mission statement. I am here in order to advocate for one of the principals in our area. I was born and raised in the Lincoln High School area, so low income, impoverished. I am the first generation college student, and I am also a PhD candidate. I'm going to be getting my PhD in education, teaching, and learning. I am here on behalf of Ms. Carr, even though she doesn't know it. She is the principal at Audubon School. She moved in there several years ago. She was the first person I've ever seen that went out into the community and actually knocked door to door to find out who was there and how she can change the environment there. Not only did she change the environment there at the school, she also changed the environment in our community. And in order for us to be able to focus on this mission statement, she is trying to do something called GOMA ABCD, Goals, Objective, Method, and Attitude behavior, communication, discipline. The goal is unity, the objective is community, the method is one of trust, and the attitude is one of honor. We need to be able to change the students' attitude, their behavior, communication, and so they can be disciplined to see the work through. That is the same thing with the teachers there, and as well as the parents. So if you can please keep Ms. Carr there, regardless of what is being said, she has done nothing but positive things in our community, and we would like for her to stay. In addition to getting a street light outside my mother's home because someone several months ago got stabbed and killed. I've been trying to get that street light there for over 3 years, but with the help of Ms. Carr, it is finally there. So in order to be able to promote and have more people like me come out of our community to be able to get PhDs and do other things, we need to be able to keep people like Mrs. Carr as well as the principal at Lincoln High School. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that you really consider my request. Thank you.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Edith Smith, as most of you know. I want to speak to a number of things. I was in this morning meeting, and I took a few notes and some things that I think are really of concern to the communities. As you know, I'm out in the community a lot and speaking with a lot of parents and teachers and the like. The one thing that I think that this board needs to really address is that we really need to look at, since we're going toward community-based reform and we have a cluster model, we need to have the question answered about the power of the cluster, okay? That is something that's ever-pressing in clusters. I know that that's something that's going to require a lot of thought and a lot of discussion, but we need to get toward that. We need to really get on that. Another thing that I noticed in this morning presentations is that as the different groups presented, the only group that had parents involved was the achievement group. I don't think this district thinks that parents have thoughts around language and math and technology. They not only have thoughts, they have resources. That's not a community-based model. Now, so we need to more than just talk it. We need to live it. And we say one thing, and then on the other hand, we say something else. That's not the type of model that you say you're trying to work toward. And we feel pushed back and excluded as if we're not important. No, we're not going to understand everything, but some of the educators don't understand everything. And yes, we have a lot to bring to the table. And you close the community out. There's people with businesses. All parents don't sit at home and do nothing. They have connections and they have resources. And for a district that doesn't have a lot of resources, I would think that they would not want to do that and not do that so selectively. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to welcome everyone present today and those watching the broadcast and call the June 14th, 2011 regular meeting to order with all board members present. First, we'll actually stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Always feels strange in the summer to not have a JROE-TC. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If you wish to address the board today and your name is not on the blue sheet located at both entrances to the auditorium, and if you've not already submitted a request for public testimony form, please complete the form and submit it to Ms. Ward. Speakers on agenda items will be called on to speak during the discussion of the agenda item. Once the discussion begins on an item, no additional public speaker requests will be accepted. Non-agenda item testimony was heard at 2 p.m. and will also be heard at the end of the meeting. And we've got a student presentation today. I don't know if they're here yet from Sarah Cluster. Oh, great. Okay. So this is the Farb Middle School, our AVID National Demonstration School presentation. Dr. Meyer, do you want to introduce?
I'd like to ask Dr. David Lorden to come introduce our AVID Demonstration School students.
Good afternoon. President Barrera, Trustee Beiser, Barnett, Evans, and Jackson, and Superintendent Bill Koba, and Deputy Superintendent Dr. Nellie Meyer, and Phil Stover. We are excited to be here to share the great things that are going on at Farb. It's really a pleasure to introduce the students, the teachers, some tutors, the administration from Farb. I don't know if you know this, but Farb is the only national AVID demonstration school in our district, and that's quite an accomplishment. And having visited classrooms several times and just going alongside that school, I totally get it and understand why. They're amazing. So they're here to present to you what's going on, and I would like to introduce the AVID coordinator, Donna Rankin, and the principal, Susan Levy. I don't know who's going to go first, but you are. So, Susan.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Levy, and I am proud to have served as principal for the Farb community for the past 8 years. When Farb was in Year 4 program improvement, we worked to develop an alternative form of governance and a redesigned program for our students that would accelerate their learning and lead to increased academic performance. Becoming an AVID school seemed perfect for our military families as well as our students who are part of the VEAP and Choice program. As you will hear, AVID provides strategies for success, support, and encouragement for all students and creates a college-going culture that permeates everything we do. I would like to thank you for inviting us here today, and each of our students will describe a part of the AVID system at Farb and share a personal reflection about the importance of AVID. Please welcome our first student speaker, Anthony Farmer.
On the first day of school, every student receives a binder loaded with supplies and a planner. Our goal in our planner is to write every day and keep our binders organized. We take Cornell notes in all of our classes. We write important information on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side we write questions. At the bottom of our paper we write a summary. We use these notes to study at home, and with our tutors we use them to study for tests that might be coming up. My name is Anthony Farmer, and I'm a third-year student in AVID. I plan to study mechanical engineering at Boise State University. Avid has helped me become a leader, not just at home, but at school too. We as Avid students learn to help ourselves. Thank you.
WICR stands for Writing, Inquiry, Collaboration, and Reading. The W in WICR stands for Writing. At FARB, we write in all our classes. We take notes and we do reflective writing to show what we have learned. We do process writing that helps us go from a rough draft to a final copy. We even write in math. My name is Monica Valtierra, and I have been in AVID for 3 years. I am headed to college to study culinary arts. Being an AVID has opened my eyes to many opportunities. My greatest opportunity was receiving an honorable mention for my Save Me a Spot in College essay. I was able to speak up and read my essay to California leaders and tell them how I feel. My essay had a great impact on me because I realized how much I wanted to go to college. AVID has helped me realize that I am not on my own. People are watching me grow as a student and as a person, and they are here to help. AVID is a hand reaching out for me, and anyone who is willing can reach for it too. Thank you.
The I in WICR stands for Inquiry. Students at FARB learn how to ask higher level questions to get a deeper understanding of a text or concept in science or math. We use higher level questioning in our notes, in our Socratic seminars where we discuss difficult text and determine the author's meaning, and in our classroom discussions. My name is Kedessa Upchurch. I am in my first year of AVID, and I'm heading to Oklahoma University. AVID has made it easier to begin 6th grade. Most of all, it has helped me stay organized by keeping an organized binder and taking Cornell notes in all my classes. The COSTA's higher level questioning made me think in a different way. AVID has been an eye-opening experience, and I know I want to take AVID again next year.
The C in WICR is for collaboration. At FARB, we collaborate. We work together in all our classes to share ideas, to solve problems, and to check our work. We collaborate in class discussions, in Socratic seminars, and in tutorials. My name is Joe Alcala, and I have been an AVID for 2 years, and I am headed to Auburn University. AVID has helped me in many ways. Socratic seminars have helped me search for a deeper understanding in problems. In math last month, we had a crazy hard linear inequality to graph. If we had not have collaborated, we might have never solved it. AVID to me is family. Without it, I don't have what I need.
The R in WICR is for reading. This year we began using a few new reading and writing strategies in math. We read to analyze word problems, and we use graphic organizers to help us organize and be focused. We are now taking 3-column notes in math, a new idea that requires us to write all the steps for the equation that we are solving. We are using the same strategies in math in our AVID tutorials. My name is Bryce Hassan. I'm a second-year AVID student, and I'm going to Texas Christian University. When I joined AVID in 7th grade, I had all A's and B's. Whenever my grades dropped below that, my AVID teacher helped me get them back up. AVID for me was like a light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
Hi. You've heard about some of our school-wide AVID practices. The AVID elective class is at the core of our school-wide system. I'm Mary Thompson. I've been teaching at the AVID elective for 5 years. In the AVID elective class, students focus on organizational skills, goal setting, team building, and WICR strategies. They get a deeper understanding of the curriculum and learn to answer their own academic questions in tutorials with our college tutors. AVID elective students explore college and careers through research, college field trips, guest speakers. AVID students become independent learners, responsible for their own learning, and support each other on their road to college.
Hello, my name is Shakur Collins. I have been an AVID for 1 year, and I am going to UCSD. The Avid elective class is more than just a class. For me, it's a class of inspiration and determination. Earlier in the year, I was struggling in geometry. However, with the help of Avid, I was able to go above and beyond. Thank you, Avid, for helping me stay on track. You have made the middle school experience so much easier. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Omar Pantoja, and I have been in Avid for 3 years, and I am going to Point Loma Nazarene School University. When I started middle school, my English was low. I got a lot of help from my English support teacher, Ms. Robinson. She helped me by teaching me how to read and write in English. She also helped me understand how important it is to do my best by placing me in her Avid class. During this past 3 years, Avid has changed the way I feel about going to high school and college. I am ready, and I know I am prepared for it. Avid has become a program that I depend on, my life and my future. I want what I learned in Avid to be part of my life forever. Thank you.
Every Tuesday and Thursday in the Avid elective class, we participate in tutorials. In the tutorial, we bring questions from a class in which we are struggling in to the tutorial group. One student presents his or her question, and the rest of us ask questions to help them figure out the answer. Through this process, we are all able to get a deeper understanding of the question. If you could look to the screen, we have a tutorial in progress.
Okay, so if it's telling you to subtract, in what form do you think you should put it?
Like when you subtract, like you have a problem and you're subtracting, are you dividing? I mean, like, how do you subtract?
Yeah, how do you put it? Wait, do I add it to the exponents?
No.
In the original problem, was the 2x positive or negative?
Don't you think you should line up the terms in order to get your answer?
That's what he's doing, but he actually doesn't get what to do if the other side doesn't have the same lecture. He's confused.
My name is Paula Ledesma, and I am this year's Avid 8th grade standout. I am headed to college to study performing arts. When I started middle school, I felt that college was miles away, but Avid made me realize that college is just a few steps away. The Avid activities made me grow as a student and as a person. Last year in 7th grade, I was placed into an 8th grade math class, but through the help from Avid tutorials, I was able to end up with an A. Avid pushes you to do things you didn't know you could do before. Thank you.
I'm Donna Rankin, the Avid coordinator at FARB. The advisory program has been an integral part of our school-wide Avid system. In advisory, students check their binders, and they develop an awareness of their academic standing through progress report reflections. They analyze their CST scores and set goals to improve their scores. There are team-building activities, community service projects, and an end-of-the-year shout-out presentation. Students learn more about college in advisory through research, through classroom discussions, and through a college door decorating contest. Our school-wide college-going culture begins in advisory.
Hi, my name is Sarai Salas Osoria. I am a second-year Avid student, and I am going to UC Berkeley. Avid has helped me realize that I'm not going to end up like my cousins who have all dropped out of high school. I always told myself that I could never go to college because I thought I was smart enough. But in 7th grade, when I started Avid and when we did college projects, I saw that it was possible. Avid pushes me to do better. When I got a 3.8, I was so proud of myself. My brother looks up to me because he has seen what I have done. I thank Avid for my grades. We are a family in Avid. Avid makes you believe in yourself. Thank you.
I hope you have enjoyed hearing a little bit about our success and, more importantly, from members of our school, our most important members, the students. And we wanted you to know that recently we were thrilled to learn that we were invited to present at the AVID National Conference in Orlando, Florida this December with the work we've been doing in mathematics. At FARB, every decision we make is made with fidelity to AVID. At FARB, everyone believes that a college education is possible for all students. At FARB, everyone believes that all of our students are capable of achieving greatness. And at FARB, everyone believes we are AVID. Thank you very much.
And everything they're saying is true. It's true. It's how they live out their lives. It's great. And the one thing that I noticed, which just really hit me, you guys are 8th graders, right, most of you? And you didn't say where you're going to high school. You said where you're going to college. This is a college-going culture. Good job. Part of being an AVID demonstration school also is that other schools across the nation come and visit FARB. And this year, you guys have hosted several different teams who have come to visit. One of the schools... There are a couple of folks that came together and just loved the school. Bob Sanders, who works for AVID, the National Project Director from AVID Center, and Julie Elliott, the California State Director from AVID Center, were part of the meeting. And they called Donna Rankin after a meeting and to share the results of their discussion. She played it for me, and this was months and months and months ago, and I said, save that. We're going to use it someday. And today's that day. So we're going to go ahead and play the voicemail.
Hey, Donna, it's Bob and Julie. We just want to let you know that, we debriefed all the demo visits today. And FARB, of all these fabulous demos that we visited, was probably the most talked about. One of our directors who is from Texas, who has visited school, says this is the best demo in the world.
That's what he said, and it was so incredible. He argued with me that there could be anything better than FARB. They went on and on and on. So you should absolutely be patting yourself on the back and telling Susan what a great principal she is. You guys blew them all away. They talked about it all day.
And I know that the biggest piece was what's happening in the content classrooms, and I know you have a huge role to play. Congratulations to you and Susan and FARB for just a wonderful job. Well done.
And congratulations to our students, because it's because of you.
Hey, Donna, it's Bob and Julie. We just want to let you know.
I know, it's going to go on and on and on. A couple of times, yeah. We have a new form of public comment. Anyhow, thank you. Thank you for this presentation. Thanks for all of your work.
We believe in adults.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I never did hear that one.
I always think it's a good idea to play voicemails. Great job, FARB. Thank you, Ms. Levy. Thank you. All right. All right. Can we get a motion to adopt the agenda? Please vote. And we've got a time-sensitive report now from the Audit and Finance Committee. I guess Superintendent Koba. Are our folks here? Dan McAllister and... Yep.
Can I?
Okay.
As he's coming forward, we just adopted the agenda. I wanted to make an adjustment to the agenda.
Okay.
Can I do that now?
Yes,
I'm
please.
sorry.
Yeah.
Just a minute, Dan. Thank you for your hard work. I'd like to move that we take item number I2 and delay it until after June 16th, at least.
The budget.
Yes.
The budget item.
Yes.
Okay. So we've got a motion to move item I2. Could we just say to the 21st, to the meeting next Tuesday, the 21st? Okay, and I would second that motion. And let me just ask Superintendent Koba, because I believe there's a recommendation.
President Barrera, emerging changes in front of us in the next few days. A potential state budget could happen. We've checked with a couple of the legislatures. They're indicating that that's a possibility. Don't know how certain it is. Also, we are pursuing credit rating agency interviews with our TransNote. Certainty or uncertainty of the state budget and the TransNote and the possibilities of it affect the brief that we're going to present today. My recommendation to the board as a collective was to perhaps postpone till next week the budget presentation, because I think there may be changes in the possibilities or the options or the recommendations. I certainly don't want to delay anything any more than I have to, and then we've struggled with the budget development process. We do have a default budget, but it is one based on information today, and I was just led through phone calls yesterday to indicate that there could be some near-term change. I didn't want to distract or confuse with a budget that could be outdated in 24 to 96 hours. That was my point in that recommendation.
Okay. Motion a second, Mr. Barnett.
Mr. Koba, what type of changes? Because right now we've been looking at a budget for about 4 months. I think we've been discussing it, at least the new board. The past board started in December. And it's essentially the same budget you started looking at in, December, $115 million of cuts. The only change has been, I think, since January, was that there's two scenarios. There's one where there's possible tax extensions, and one there's not possible tax extensions, which still are the only two couple scenarios. So, and as I understand it, staff has indicated that even if there are tax extensions, that they still would recommend that there not be any rescissions of the change. So I don't understand what new information we could possibly have. They're either going to have tax extensions included or not. And from our perspective, we're talking about a $1 billion budget, and maybe there will be some talk about impacting up to $30 million of that, of our general fund. That's only 5% at the most. So I don't understand what other changes there could be that could affect this. Couldn't you explain what else there could possibly be besides?
I think that there is still a possibility, based on conversation yesterday, that the Senate and the Assembly are in different locations as regards to the education programs. There's some speculative concern that perhaps not the education program could be touched. There could be additional cuts to it. And if there are, that would alter the $115 million deficit. So after hearing that conversation, the uncertainty, do we just go forward with our default 115, or if there is any indication we'll get some certainty in the next couple of days, make the adjustment, come one time to the board next week. The other part of this is we have to have our cash flows stabilized for the trans discussion. My concern was not having the board having the complete information of the state budget, making some decisions to adjust staffing levels, to adjust the $115 million default. Then I started conversation in the next couple of days with the credit rating agencies and have to make those changes. I don't think that we want to keep the financial markets second guessing, so I'm just looking or suggesting to the board that they consider a pause to see what happens in the next couple of days.
So last year we went out for a trans in the summer, around July as well?
Yes.
And the state passed their budget when last year? Was it September?
They passed it much later.
Oh, okay.
But I do think that there was, for the first time in my time here, almost 5 years now, having a significant unknown tied to the bottom line of the budget, and that's the tax extension piece and what the legislature is going to do about the education program. Every year, you can't measure the past year with the current year, but in the last 4 or 5 years, as we've had to make those significant adjustments and cuts, our options have gone away. I think that the legislators' options have had a parallel path to reduction. And this is the first time in this period where they've actually had a much more broad-based voice to do something in June, unlike the last 4. So there is a different set of issues this year compared to the last few when it came to the trans note. And I just wanted to call that out.
Well, I do understand that they have the possibility that they'll start being docked pay on June 15th, and what greater incentive for the politicians in Sacramento to maybe actually make a decision is that they lose $400 a day, I believe. But I also understand that this feedback came not from discussions with the leadership in the Assembly or the Senate, but one freshman legislator in the Assembly and one of our local senators trying to guess what the Senate and the Assembly are going to do. You know, the bottom line is we either have tax extensions or we don't. Once again, the impact on, and the staff is not recommending any change to your recommendations based on whether tax extensions are there or not. We have discussed this for 4 or 5 months. We've had hundreds and hundreds of people. We have dozens and maybe more who want to speak again today. I think it's time we make a decision and move on and take action. And we can also look at alternatives. I mean, my sense is that a number of board members are going to not change their view whether or not there are tax extensions or not on the ballot. On the budget, that it won't really change some board members' views. So if we really want to, though, have alternatives, we could adopt 2 alternatives and say, let's do the first reading tonight and then come back on June 21st. So I'm absolutely opposed to delaying this tonight. We also have a lot of issues. I'd like to take action on VAPA tonight and make action restoring VAPA and some of the MAGNA programs, which I think there's overall consensus on, and some other issues, so we can at least start chipping those things away. And then let's see where we are on the issue of rescissions. If there's 3 votes to go one way or another, then great, then we have direction. Staff still has to bring back the budget on the 21st, and if there's some radical change that the legislature makes in the next week, then we can adopt to that. But my guess is we're going to see very little change based on the noise we're hearing out of Sacramento. So I don't see any reason to delay at all.
Dr. Evans?
Yes. Well, I think we need to be very deliberative and very careful about what we're doing. Originally, I liked the idea of delaying. Part of it had to do with the interpretation of what a first reading of the budget means. And one of the things which makes it sound like action or no action, but basically what I understand now that we could do on a first reading is vote on certain items, direct staff to take action on them, and then we would be coming back for another vote. So it's more like first reading and second reading is not quite an accurate way of saying it, as much as preliminary budget decisions or further budget decisions, and then final budget decisions. And I agree with Mr. Barnett. There are certain things that very few things, but a few that we do have. I'm guessing, because I can't say for sure, board consensus on. I may certainly support restoring VAPA because it's relatively a smaller amount of money that has a very wide reach across the district in terms of our music programs. The other thing about waiting is the legislature may act tonight or tomorrow or maybe the next day or over the weekend, and then whenever they act, then we have the next step, which is to interpret what they did. Because when the government comes out with this budget, it kept changing as we went deeper and deeper into it in terms of how much money we actually got out of that. So I'm not even sure that even by June 30th that's going to be exactly clear. So, based on that, I think it's very wise to delay on doing any rescissions, and I certainly do have some ideas or motions for limited rescissions. I think it's wise to wait on that and to see if there is any further action from the legislature, but I don't think we should delay on constructing the budget around that. And by delaying on rescissions, not that we wouldn't make decisions about what we're going to do with the budget, but to actually send out the notices rescinding any layoffs, I think would be prudent to wait until next week. But I do believe we need to have a discussion about the budget tonight rather than in one evening unraveling the whole thing and making very quick decisions. I think it would be very prudent to say, okay, tonight we will have a discussion about the budget based on what we know and decide how we want to proceed and direct the staff to prepare it according to that, and then make final decisions the next week and the following week. So I don't support the motion of delaying on the budget part, but I do support delaying on the rescissions in terms of actually sending out the letters to rescind until we get further notice.
Mr. Beiser?
I would like to have voted a long time ago to restore VAPA. And I just think that the expense to restore music education in all of our elementary and middle schools is money very well spent. Second, I would have liked to have restored kindergarten through third grade class size, or at least held the line at 24-1. I would have liked to have done that a long time ago, before teachers have to pack up their classrooms, before principals have to figure out what their master schedule is going to look like next year, before we went through this whole post and bid process, before we had some schools that were so impacted disproportionately at the upheaval and turnover at some schools over others. So given that, that I think is something that I would like to have rescinded in the past. However, when the superintendent and the board president have asked to wait, because we can maybe do more depending upon how Sacramento reacts and what Sacramento does with our budget. They're voting on that tomorrow, it's my understanding. So that could actually help make sure that we can vote, that we might be able to get 3 votes to do what's right for our kids, especially in kindergarten through third grade. So I will be voting to support continuing 1 week so that we have a better read on what's going on in Sacramento, so that we can hopefully do the right thing for our kids.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Beiser. There's 2 issues that are at play here, and I'm absolutely as supportive and intending to make motions to rescind, along the lines that Mr. Beiser is suggesting. We've got decisions to make on a budget, and then we've got cash flow issues that require us to go out on the markets and borrow money. I think we'll hear at a later point that the financial markets and the people who are advising us on selling our trans notes right now, because there is no budget yet in Sacramento, are advising us to proceed as if we're going to see an all-cuts budget. I don't believe there's going to be an all-cuts budget. But I also don't want to send mixed signals to the financial markets by taking action tonight that is contrary to that advice, when if we simply wait a week and there's a real possibility that a state budget passes tomorrow, then we would be in position next week to act on budget, to make some rescissions if we have a consensus of the board to make those rescissions in a way that doesn't put us out of line with with our ability to borrow money so we can make payroll in the fall. So for that reason, I just think it's prudent, given a real possibility that the state will pass its budget in the next couple of days, that we take this up next week on Tuesday. So with no further comment, please vote. Okay.
I'd like to make another motion on the agenda then.
Okay.
I would like to move that we continue item on the I-1, resolution issuing sale of 2011-12 tax and revenue anticipation notes. I cannot consider asking how much money we're going to borrow until we know what our budget is. it doesn't make any sense. And if this board's not willing to say how much our budget's going to be, then it's absurd to start to go to the financial markets.
Okay, is there a second to Mr. Barnett's motion? Nope, no
and
second.
Are we going to still discuss?
I'll second it for the purposes of discussion and debate.
Okay. How can you justify going and asking to borrow up to $300 million when we don't even know how much money we're going to need?
We know exactly how much money we're going to need over the next several months. Regardless of what decision we make on the budget, we know how much money we're going to need to borrow. I don't see any reason to delay moving forward.
How do we know? We don't know what this legislature can pass additional taxes that are not even being talked about now. It could add tens of millions of dollars to our budget.
We have Mr. Little comment on that?
Yeah, please, Mr. Little.
Yeah.
So on the one hand, you're saying you know what the budget is you don't know what the budget's going to be, but you know how much money we're going to need.
We know how much money we're going to need in order to get through the next 6 months.
So you know exactly how much money we're going to have in revenues from the state in the next 6 months?
Mr. Little?
The resolution actually authorizes staff to issue up to $300 million worth of notes with respect to the loan. So part of what we'll be doing over the next week and a half to 2 weeks is actually getting our credit rating established and then sizing the loan. So right now, our best estimate is that loan is around $218 million. As things change out of Sacramento over the next week, we will hone in on that sizing so that by the time we go to sale in early July, we'll know exactly what the amount is. But we certainly don't anticipate needing more than $300 million, and I would anticipate we probably don't need less than $200 million. I know it's a big spread, but again, we'll hone in as we get our cash flows tighter and tighter given what comes out of the legislature.
All right, with any further discussion, we've got a motion and a second. Please vote.
What about the item on rescissions that you had on the agenda?
I've already asked to move that to next week, to next Tuesday.
That was with the budget.
That wasn't in the motion. The motion was just the...
No, I've already... this is item...
when was that? Can you make a motion to...
Item H7 was a line item that I was prepared to put on the agenda, and now I...
Oh, you can continue it on the... I didn't see the updated agenda.
21st, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see the updated agenda item on that.
Okay.
So basically, what about the members of the public who have signed up to speak on these items? VAPA, budget, rescissions, et cetera, Crown Point. We have dozens and dozens of people. Are they supposed to go home? Are we supposed to listen to them? Are they supposed to come back in a week when maybe we'll continue it another week because the state doesn't have a budget? What are they supposed to do tonight?
So is there an opportunity to send at least emails now to people who've signed up to speak? I mean, I wish that we could have taken that earlier. We've continued the item. The item's going to be on the agenda for the 21st. If people want to speak in non-agenda public testimony tonight,
so they'd be carried over their request to speak. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay, let's get to item H2, and this is our Audit and Finance Committee recommendations. Welcome, our chair. Thank you for your patience, Mr. McAllister.
My pleasure. Yeah. Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. President, honorable members of the board, Mr. Superintendent. I come before you today on behalf of the members of the Audit and Finance Committee to present our official recommendations pertaining to the internal audit department of the San Diego Unified School District. You'll see in the letter that I transmitted there are 4 components there. One, we recommend the Director of Internal Audit should be reporting directly to the superintendent as well as the committee, rather than previously through the General Counsel of the district. 2, the committee should receive all final reports on distribution as available, in addition to the quarterly reports now provided. 3, the committee should have a role in the selection process for the new permanent Director of Internal Audit, including but not limited to having 2 committee members sit on the interview panel. And 4, the board should adopt the job description for the Director of Internal Audit as presented. This is something that we have discussed a lot at a variety of meetings and a number of meetings. I think there was a separate ad hoc panel established some many months ago. That fed in then to our meetings over the last 2 or 3 months, and these are our recommendations as of May 26th that I bring to you today.
Right.
If I could add to Mr. McAllister, he and I have talked about this on a couple of occasions, and before the board responds, I want to let you know that I fully support his recommendations. It achieves all of the objectives for transparency and proper alignment without any suggestion of influence. It provides for that independent review of internal operations. It also strengthens the skill sets of the Director of Internal Audit, and I think it, in a mutually meaningful, service-based way, allows for the Audit and Finance Committee to play a very solid role for support of the district.
Ms. Jackson.
Okay, my concern with this is that we put the internal audit under legal because the general counsel also reports directly to the board, and we wanted to make sure that the internal audit had direct link to the board. And no offense to superintendents, but we didn't want any, if there's an audit that goes on and there's some concerns, we didn't want the superintendent giving us secondhand information. And so that was the initial reason, because before it was not under general counsel. We moved it during my tenure on the board. We moved it under general counsel because that afforded us two things. Number one, direct access to the board, and then number two, we would have a chance to read any information prior to it going public, because the concern was that if there's an opportunity for us to right or wrong, we'd be able to do that. And so my concern here would be that now this person is directly reporting to the superintendent. If there is some concerns, will that information come straight to us? Who is going to be that monitoring agent? So I don't feel comfortable saying that the person that's doing our internal audits now has to report to the superintendent and then to the board, versus us being able to get direct link to them in our general counsel. Can you tell me why you think it's critical that we move it under general counsel?
Two responses, Ms. Jackson. One is that from a best practices standpoint, this is the model that works best and is recommended internationally and nationally for governmental entities and agencies. The second issue is that we are appointees of you. We are serving at the pleasure of this Board of Education, and we then are privy to information coming from the internal auditor. So there is a check and balance there. The last thing I will say is that we did look back at history in this district, and we found that many times in the past it had been in a variety of different places from a reporting and channels standpoint. So we feel that right now this is the best possible thing we could do based on the best practices that we seek to follow through the work that we do.
If I could just jump in, and we spent a lot of time on this, Ms. Jackson, and as you know, it was previously reported to the attorney. It was more of as much of a budget, because it had to be somewhere in the budget. We did not change until just recently that we have now the general counsel reporting directly to the board instead of to the superintendent. The information in here is clear that any reports that are prepared by the auditor would, yes, go to the superintendent, but they'd also, the same report would immediately go to the committee. So that way, the superintendent would not have a chance to, and I'm not suggesting this superintendent, but a superintendent could not fiddle with it before the board members see it. It would go to the audit committee, which includes 2 board members and also members of the public, but still from a budgetary reporting perspective, it would go to the superintendent. So we went back and forth on this and felt that, and the committee felt very strongly, especially the citizen members, that they wanted it to have that independence to be able to get the information directly, so there's no chance of it being, if you will, manipulated by anyone. It goes right from the auditor there. So this seemed like it would meet both of those goals, and that's.
So why would it go straight to the board? If there's want the independence, then why doesn't it come straight to the board? The General Counsel has always had dual reporting. Now it has singular reporting, but before it always had dual reporting. It took us a long time, and you were around in those days. It took us a long time to get our 800 number, to get people believing that our investigations were true, they were factual, they were going to get done, and there was going to be results. Okay, and I'm happy that we have a good reputation right now of people knowing that if we have a concern, we're going to investigate it and we're going to get results. My concern would be I don't want us going back to where we were. And so if the issue here is really one of saying this board, and I think we had a discussion too, this group of people, the internal audit, needs to feel independent and no one can modify, then why don't they report directly to the board?
And we could do that.
Okay.
But then we might as well get rid of the audit committee, which if this board wants to do, there's no reason to have an audit committee because, and it's once again, because we would be acting as the audit committee, which this board, whenever it was originally created, suggested it wanted a separate committee of citizens and 2 board members to be on there. So, it would certainly be more efficient if that's what you want to do, is not have an audit committee which is independent from the board and is going to spend a lot more time in going through the process. But
I support the superintendent's recommendation, and I appreciate Mr. McAllister's efforts, and I thank you for meeting with me on this and some other items. I really appreciate the work that you've put in, trying to look around and find out what do other people do that works effectively in bringing that proposal forward. Thank you. I call the question.
Well, let's make a motion.
I move to adopt.
Okay, and we have a second.
I will second, and I want to comment.
And by the way, it was not just to clarify, it was the audit committee's recommendation, which the superintendent concurs with, but that's right.
Right. I certainly understand the concerns Ms. Jackson has. When we talk about independent internal audit, it's somewhat a conflicting term. And we've certainly had many situations and investigations and so forth when we've brought in outside people for that very reason. But I think the way I'm looking at it is we're operating, first of all, on the assumption that both the board and the superintendent have a vested interest in looking and finding, fraud, inappropriate activity, financially and otherwise, anywhere within the district. So it's not just what is, happening under this superintendent's watch per se, but we need to look and find that. And so the issue of reporting, it seems to make sense, is that we have a dual way, which is they are reporting to the board, the internal auditor, I should say, is reporting to the board and is also reporting to the superintendent. They're reporting to the board through the audit committee, and that's one way. We've just kind of a division of labor that we've done. We haven't, I think it was a good point that Mr. Barnett made, those reports are going to the superintendent and they are going to the audit committee. So I think this is a very, very reasonable and good protection. And there will still be situations where it will require outside third parties to do investigations when there's any possibility of bias.
I know you've done good work. I served with you for a long time. This is nothing reflective of that. I know you've been very supportive of what we do in the district, and I appreciate your time because it is a labor of love. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Without further comment, please vote. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman McAllister.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's move on to...
Excuse me, I did sign up to speak on this matter.
I am sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
And
yes.
I would like to be heard.
Yeah.
I stand here to speak as a voice from the community. I think that the committee is highly, highly needed and it's something that we should keep and support. But I do not support the move. I think that the audit committee, I think that the head chief auditor, that should report directly to the board, or the second best option would be to report to the general counsel. To report to the superintendent, I don't think that's in this interest, in this district's best interest. Ms. Jackson spoke about how long it took to get the community and to get the parents and the staff and everybody on board that this was a legitimate process. We don't need to lose that, and I think we're going backwards. I do think that within this state, some boards do have the report directly to the trustees. So the model that we have before us is not the only model. And so I think that's something that should be seriously taken under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I will point out there are many models. There's in LA, there's an inspector general. I think that was set up by legislation. The audit committee, especially the citizen members, were absolutely concerned about this issue of making sure any investigation, any material would go, when it saw the light of day, would go to the audit committee the same time it went to anyone else. And also we did all these meetings, not that they've been fully attended, but we've discussed options. They were put on the agenda at the audit committee. We discussed it over several meetings. So I agree, Ms. Jackson, that we want an aggressive auditing department, and we all will be. And then once again, this position, so I would call the question.
We voted.
Oh.
We've already voted. Yeah.
Well, I want to vote again. Well, excuse me, because the public speaking.
Yeah, I did not. I apologize to Ms. Smith because I did not have her name on this agenda. So why don't we clear the vote?
I want to vote 2 times.
Yeah.
No, I think we should, out of respect for the public.
Out of respect for the public speaker, we should. So
we listen to her,
and
if someone changes their mind,
now we've got a motion and a second, and again, please vote. Okay, great, thank you. All right, let's move on to item C, item C1, administrative assignment, Superintendent Koba.
Thank you, President Barrera. We have a number of appointments. First, appointment for Maria Montgomery from Vice Principal at DePortola Middle School to Principal at Kumeyaay Elementary School. The board has authorized the appointment of 6 area superintendents. They are David Lorden, Gil Gutierrez, Mitzi Marino, Shirley Wilson, Miriam Kim Phelps, and Brenda Campbell. Next week, when we do the budget presentation, I will present to the board a proposal for 2 more area superintendents, and the board will make a decision on final financing for those 2. And that concludes the area superintendent and other personnel assignments. What I'd like to do now is move to the...
Okay, and this is not an action item, but Ms. Smith has signed up to speak on this item as well, item C1. Yeah.
Do you want me to pause?
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Superintendent.
Yeah. I would just like to address the trustees and the superintendent in regards to the appointments in the area superintendents. Ms. Koba, I see that you have made some appointments and you still have yet to make some additional appointments. I hope that we seriously consider keeping our Area 1 area intact, and that is high on your priority list, and that's high on your mind, because these students and these families are deserving of what's happening and what's working in their area. And so I would be remiss without mentioning that, because that is highly, highly important, not only to that area, but to the success of this district. Thank you.
Okay, Superintendent, on to item C2, your information report.
Thank you. Thank you, Edith. What I want to do is highlight, I think, some good information, good activities of the last 10, 12 days. I've continued on with the campus visits and have included some very different and good sessions at Logan K-8. I had the opportunity with Mr. Barrera to look at something called the Smart Table, just another in the toolkit, I think, that we have for using technology with children, particularly in the K through 2nd to 3rd grade level. Also, some time spent at the School for Creative and Performing Arts, talked to parents and staff and students, and actually saw a little demonstration of the incredible modern dance they can do at that school. In Cantu Elementary, on another occasion, to look at how a really successful data-driven school is doing its thing. I saw what they call, I'm not sure I like the term war room, but it was a room just filled with statistics and strategies for intervening to do the right thing for children. And then last, I'm continuing to tour charter schools in the district. I've now done 3, and this time at O'Farrell, because as they are part of the district, because the board has oversight and authority to monitor activities, I want to get a better sense of how the individual charter schools are doing. So school visits are fairly full. I want to talk about a very positive, I know the board members themselves have been out and about since last week, running around in cap and gown to different graduation sites, as the case may be. I had the opportunity to go to the adult education graduation at the Spreckles Organ Pavilion in Balboa Park. The reason why I highlight that, I would go to that one regularly, is it's a partnership between the Community College District and our own San Diego Unified District. We both have parallel programs with all the appropriate reasons why a student would be in one versus the other, but a terrific setting because it's a reflection of incredible trial and tribulation for children that have had some tough things ahead of them. In addition, I was at the Marston Middle School promotion and at the SCPA at graduation. All very positive, enthusiastic events. A couple more items. I had the chance to enjoy the Freeze Elementary School Reading Celebration. You've got to see this. Alma Green, for the 3rd year in a row, parades the kids around the open area, and they all talk about how many words they've read, and their goal this year was 120 million words, and they did it. And they actually have kindergartners showing me their scorecards for how many thousands the 5 and 6-year-olds were reading, and what a way to, I think, push reading at a very popular and healthy competitive level among kids in classes. 2 opportunities at Kearney to recognize achievement. We had the Panasonic Foundation Making a Change Award. One of only 6 provided to schools across the country went to our own school. I didn't set that one up. School of International Business, and then the following Monday to be there for the Connect Ed certification for the Construction Tech Academy. The second one in the district, the first one in the district and the first in the state was the digital media design. And then the last thing I want to bring up is taking to heart what the board has talked about with comparing with other city and county governments and how they do business. And I think Ms. Jackson and I have talked about this. Deputy Soup for Business, Phil Stover, and I, and our Chief Financial Officer, Ron Little, spent some time over at the Department of General Services at the county level trying to compare notes on how they manage liabilities, how they manage assets, how they handle various infrastructure support needs. That's all I have.
Thank you, Superintendent. Mr. Beiser, do you want to give your board information report? Okay.
Not ready. Okay, I got it. But I'm ready. I'm ready. Okay, certainly it's been a while, so I got quite a few things here, but let me run through this really quickly. And thanks some of our hardworking staff. And this is not necessarily in order of the events, but this is that time of year for celebrations. Enough is Enough luncheon we went to for our police officers. Officer Pizzardo was Picasso was recognized. I forgot. I'm sorry about that, but he was recognized this year as one of the police officers. So thank you very much for his service there. The Laotian PTSA had their annual event recognizing some of our students, and we had at least 2 students that received monetary awards for their scholarships to move forward. Even though it's not an educational event, and I should say it is one because
Families are now starting to bring more and more of their children to the annual Midway commemoration program that they have on the Midway. We used to, at one point in time, have our students go through there. We don't necessarily now, but we do still have a number of people that bring their children and discuss their history with them. The 2011 MLK Foundation Scholarship Reception. I can talk this afternoon. Yes, honored a number of our students, and this year they add an additional award, and that was for Deborah Stevens Scholarship. But they gave out close to $20,000 in scholarships to our students in and around the southeastern San Diego. I had a chance also to attend Pizzazz Rising Star event this past weekend, and it's wonderful because they have always did after-school tutoring. Even before we started having SES providers, they did it on their own. They're still doing it on their own, and so very happy to be there for that event. The other big event that we have in the community across the county is the annual Urban League Golden Pyramid Scholarship Awards, and so they had their event over the last weekend, a couple of weekends as well. Graduations, the whirlwind, we got Lincoln. Lincoln graduation was special. This was the first class that started at Lincoln and went all 4 years, so it was a wonderful celebration. Had a chance to go to Mann for their promotion, Fulton K-8 for their promotion, and back to Morris for their graduation ceremony, and then finally rounding out with Crawford. In addition to all of that, getting good press, we have Project Ujima, and I'll pass these down to my peers here. One of the district's programs that we have, and out of our ballot center with we got a picture here of the staff there and the area soup and Miss Washington, and they've been working on this for a while, and I've been to a couple of their events, but it's wonderful to watch. This is Project Ujima, and people would think it's African American, but it's a large, diverse group of parents that participate in this. And just this morning I was saying there was a parent that we need to have some support for her, and this is the kind of item I'm thinking about that we have to make sure our parents are aware of to help them work with their children. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. All right, Mr. Barnett.
Sorry about running out. School's out, so the teenagers want rides and chauffeuring, and they're going to have to ride the bus. So also enjoyed presiding or participating in a number of graduation ceremonies, and I appreciate Dr. Evans letting me preside at Stanley Middle, where my daughter promoted to high school, so that was fun for me, embarrassing for her. And lastly, it's 150th anniversary today of Flag Day. Started at the beginning of the Civil War, so happy Flag Day.
Dr. Evans.
Well, I also had a chance to go out to a lot of high school graduations. It's just very gratifying to see the results of what have happened for many of our students who've been in the schools for 13 years. And, of course, when we go to the graduations, most of them, music was a very prominent part of it. I mean, I was struck at all of the graduations at the individuals singing the national anthem. I mean, the amount of talent in this district is just amazing, as well as the choirs and the bands and orchestras and so forth that were performing. So I know people are still very concerned about the music programs. You have to keep the faith. This board is certainly very supportive of that, and I am certain that we will find some way to protect our music programs. And also, between a couple of graduations, I had a chance to stop over at Central Elementary to meet with the Cesar Chavez service clubs, the Chavistas, and spoke to some fifth graders about their concerns about the schools, what they have gotten from their schools, what they value in terms of what their teachers are doing, telling me what their dreams are, what they would like to do, telling me that I've already reached all my dreams, and so now it's their turn. And so it was really nice talking with them. It's nice, and it's also difficult because we obviously are in a situation where we have a certain number of dollars in the bank, and we have to make really, really tough decisions about where to spend the money. But we have really, really great programs in this district, so it's nice at this time of year. It's very gratifying to seeing a lot of really positive things that are going on.
Been kind of busy. Was at Gage Elementary School for Running Club Awards. They run a couple laps every day, and Gage Elementary over the past year ran over 30,880 miles, and this is just a small elementary school. Attended and participated in the Sarah High School graduation, Hoover High School graduation, the Electrical and Sound Telecom Apprenticeship graduation ceremony, the San Diego Charter School graduation, Adeo Chamber of Commerce, where Adeo was nominated for a Small Business Awards. Also attended another awards for the folks, Mary Bixby at San Diego Charter School and Adeo at the Business Journal, where they were nominated as the best place to work in San Diego. Attended the Pershing Middle School commencement and De Portola Middle School commencement ceremonies. Was at Dingman Elementary for their commencement, and to say hello again to Colonel Bob. Attended the Henry High School graduation ceremony. Unfortunately, was not able to attend the Scripps Ranch High School graduation ceremony because they were at the same time. Also attended the District Advisory Council annual awards at the Ballard Parent Center, and had a barbecue potluck for the Chavistas, Cesar Chavez Club folks, and all of those individuals who had a very passionate plea asking for us to do something about holding the line on class size for our most vulnerable children in kindergarten through third grade. And then in all that time ran over to Las Vegas to attend the Cirque du Soleil performance of Beatles' Love. And I was reminded...
Not on the district's dime.
No. Not at all. But I was reminded about the show Yellow Submarine, where the Blue Meanies take away music. And in the Yellow Submarine, when they take away music, everything turned gray and all the flowers died. And then the Beatles in the movie fight to restore and bring back music. And as a result of bringing back music, all color is restored to the world and the flowers can grow again. And I hope that we all will live in a yellow submarine.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Beiser. I first want to congratulate Dr. Montenegro, and I had the opportunity last week to go to Florence Elementary School, and I think the principal, Mary, still is here. Florence received a Title I Distinguished School Award. Mary, if you're in the audience, could you please stand so we can recognize you? Oh, Mary, there we go. All right. Congratulations. Yeah. I also had a great opportunity to, when we go to these different graduation ceremonies, again, it just gives you the feel of how diverse our schools are. I mean, so the schools that I attended with Mr. Beiser, the Charter School of San Diego, Garfield High School's graduation ceremony, the Mira Mesa High School graduation ceremony, Roosevelt Middle School, San Diego Met, which Dr. Evans was nice enough to allow me to participate in as well, the Early Middle College, and San Diego High School. And so, last evening, Dr. Montenegro and I went from Early Middle College, which graduated 12 students, and had their ceremony in the Centro Cultural. And we went over to the Oregon Pavilion, where 600 plus students graduated from San Diego High School, and it's just so exciting to see the way that these students are moving forward in their lives, and just the contributions that they've already been making. Incredible celebration of public education this past week. So we will now move on to our consent agenda. We've got several speakers, so I'm going to call them up first, and then we'll see what we're going to do. So Mary from Florence Elementary, Christina Prado. I'm sorry. Mary wants to speak to item E18. Christina Prado wants to speak to items E18 through E24. As does Michael Brunker, and as does Sarah Mustafi. Edith Smith wants to speak on items E25, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, and special education spending, and E50, and E75, and E97, and E98. No, you certainly do not. You get three minutes total. So we'll start with Mary.
Hi, I'm Mary Esterline, the principal at Florence Elementary, and I'm here to speak about the issue of the academic portion of the Primetime program. Florence Elementary has worked with its Primetime program staff to develop an academic component which supports students to be successful in their classrooms. 77% of Florence students receive free or reduced lunch, and close to 50% are English learners. Students represent many different ethnic groups, with about 60% being Hispanic. Classroom teachers look at our students' needs and develop programs with Primetime staff that will boost student achievement. The academic component is revised school-wide 3 times a year to meet the changing needs of our students. With the academic support for our students through Primetime, Florence has shown growth in all subgroups and overall scores for AYP and API each year for the past 8 years. We have received the Title I Academic Achievement Award for the past 8 years, and were a National Blue Ribbon School last year. Our students and staff could not have achieved this academic growth without closely looking at the school needs in partnership with our Primetime staff and support from the Central Office Extended Learning. Regular ongoing staff development provided by Extended Learning opportunities for Primetime leaders and staff enhance all parts of our academic program. Each school in San Diego Unified has its own personality and needs for its Primetime academic program. One size does not fit all. Excellence in planning and teaching at each site, in partnership with Primetime staff, will lead to all San Diego Unified students succeeding. I urge you to look at the terrific programs currently offered before moving forward with any changes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Christina Prado. I am with the Children's Initiative. The Children's Initiative, in partnership with the San Diego County Office of Education, implements the Before and After School Consortium in San Diego County to provide technical assistance, trainings, and resources in support of before and after school programs, their staff, to 27 school districts throughout the county, including the 133 Primetime programs. The expanded learning opportunities offered to students attending these programs positively advances student success. These opportunities complement the traditional day through intentional programming consisting of academic enrichment activities, tutoring, service learning, and physical activity. I have had the pleasure of visiting more than 25 Primetime programs and have been impressed with the cooperation, collaboration, and communication between Primetime staff, teachers, and administration to best meet the students' academic needs and improve student achievement. During the 2010-2011 school year, the Children's Initiative facilitated 2 successful special elected official visits, Primetime visits. On November 15th, 2010, the Children's Initiative, along with California Assembly member Marty Block, visited Foster Elementary's Primetime program. And this past Friday, on June 10th, 2011, California Assemblymember Tony Atkins visited Garfield Elementary's primetime program. Both Foster and Garfield's primetime program highlight best practices in before and after school programming, dedicated trained staff, alignment to the traditional day, and intentional learning. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Mustafi, and I also work at the Children's Initiative. I am here in support of the Primetime Before and After School programs, as they provide students with a wide range of services and activities. Everything from academic support and enrichment, tutoring, a healthy snack, and recreation. Primetime Before and After School programs provide working parents with a safe environment in which their children can receive academic assistance, enrichment that support their overall academic achievement. The Primetime Before and After School programs expand learning beyond classroom walls by taking what students learn in textbooks and giving it meaning through hands-on enrichment activities. In addition, Primetime programs support the core day by providing additional time dedicated to learning and give all working parents peace of mind that their children are supervised in a safe and positive environment while receiving support towards their academic achievement. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Brunker, Executive Director of the Jackie Robinson Family YMCA. Our YMCA has been a 6 to 6 charter partner with 6 to 6 in the beginning and now Primetime since the very beginning, and the YMCA is the largest provider of child care throughout San Diego County. I'm an advocate and a believer of the Harlem Children's Zone, where Jeffrey Canada says failure is not an option when it comes to helping kids graduate from college. You kind of look at a child differently. You don't look at a fifth grader promoting to sixth. You look at that fifth grader and how you're going to get them ready to graduate from college. For most of our students at our 9 primetime sites, they're going to be the first in their family not only to go to college, but to probably graduate from high school. Since that first year, we've touched thousands of students, and we've helped increase the stability and influence of the families that we serve as well. And we've developed values in young people in a complex and changing world, and the developmental assets to help kids protect themselves and become self-reliant and peak performers as they progress through these tough school years right now. The San Diego Unified School District and the City of San Diego before it has leveraged resources with nonprofit providers like the YMCA to get a lot more out of this deal than we do. This is a break-even deal. You don't make money on a primetime contract. Our partnership schools benefit from all that we received. And this is just not the primetime families. This is the entire school population that we serve. Our inspired staff go above and beyond the primetime scope of work. On Sunday, the Union Tribune ran an article, front page, that talked about peace in Southeast, but really focused on a number of stats, gang-related shootings from January 1st to March 31st, the first quarter of the year. There have been 6 fatalities and 27 non-fatal gang shootings. That's 33 within a mile radius of my YMCA. I'm not sure how my kids attend, my 5 children attended Daylord, Pershing, Patrick Henry, one went to Bishops, and I'm not sure how my Del Cerro neighborhood would take it if they had 33 shootings within that neighborhood environment. There's more going on at prime time than reading, writing, and arithmetic. I believe that failure is not an option when it comes to helping all children graduate from college, all of them, including those that we serve in southeastern San Diego.
I have a number of items that I want to address, and I will attempt to be brief. But in reference to the special education spending, I'm not challenging in any way any of that spending. What I am asking the trustees and the superintendent to continue to look at the equity in the spending. We spend a lot of money. Our kids have a lot of needs. We need to make sure that kids are progressing with the money that's spent. We need to make sure that there's equity across the district in terms of the services, the kids that do receive the services. And I think that we need to continually to monitor that and possibly even bring the community in terms of, having some equity type monitoring. In terms of item number 50, I encourage the trustees and the superintendents to continue to look at the partnerships that we forge that go into our schools, that interact with our students and staff in terms of their legitimacy. We have organizations that are connected to schools that are on the IRS rejection list, that they're not registered nonprofits. We have people that are not paying taxes. We need to be involved with organizations that are legitimate, and I encourage you to continue to look at that list and to continue to make sure the affiliations within the district are appropriate and that are legal. Item number 74, in terms of the Promethean boards, technology. We're trying to progress in the district. Our kids are far beyond where the adults are, and the adults are somewhat resistive. And I say that in the sense that I am not a technology person, so I do understand that. But if they are going to teach our children, they have to be with it. And so I think we need to adopt procedures and policies in the district that says we need to direct them, we need to coach them, and if necessary, we need to release them, because we need our kids to be adequately taught so that they can compete globally. In terms of items number 97, I have really thought about why aren't we looking internally to meet our needs instead of also always going outside. I know sometimes it's necessary for that to occur, but I would really like to encourage us to really continue to look, because we have some very fine people that work within this district, and sometimes we are deficit in skill sets, but sometimes we have them and we just haven't given them the opportunity to shine. And 98, which will be my last item, I think that that's a fabulous thing. But yet again, in this district, we need to make sure that we're spending the money. We need to make sure that we're giving the support, that we're coaching, and that we're having accountability, that we're getting what we pay for. Thank you very much.
Okay, so in addition to items E17, 73, and 81, do any board members wish to pull any items on the agenda? If not, can we get a motion to approve the...
Second.
Okay, please vote. Okay. All right, let's move to item F1. This is the authorization of Title I school-wide program for Patrick Henry High School.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
Any discussion? If not, please vote. Okay. Yep, on item F2. No. Next item. Well, we had a speaker on F1. Oh, okay. Edith wants to speak on item F1.
Yes, on item F1, I'm a member of the community and I'm a parent, and I like to think that I'm pretty interactive. I'm college educated, but I'm not an educator. And I looked at this on the district's website, and it left a lot to be desired in terms of the public trying to have interaction and what's going on in the schools. I was very curious, and I was hoping that maybe the superintendent could address to the public as to what does this mean, and why is Patrick Henry High School the only one applying for it? Because maybe some of the other high schools want to have that option. It did not give me the information in accessing the website in terms of exactly what that meant, so I could try to be a better community member. Thank you.
Out of, again, respect to our speaker, Superintendent, do you want to address item F1?
Yes, I'm going to ask Ron Rody to come forward. This is a administrative procedure recognizing an application of Title I for schools. It's not any one unique requirement, but let Ron proceed.
Patrick Henry moved over the threshold this past year, the 40%, and therefore became eligible for Title I funds, and as such did the requisite work of doing a needs assessment and other activities to establish that it wanted to operate a school-wide program. Other Title I schools have already gone through this process, and so this is just adding Patrick Henry to the group of schools that is operating that type of program.
Okay, great. Dr. Evans?
No. So just to clarify, so it's because they just became eligible. They just reached the threshold, and I think, as the public speaker was saying, it's just even that little bit of information, and if that's there
we
or not.
We can certainly clarify
in
that
plain
in the
English,
future, because this is a process.
I think it's a very legitimate question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so these resources will then be used, Mr. Koba, to support, certain the socioeconomically disadvantaged population to help move those subgroups and help those kids graduate more in greater numbers?
Yes, Title I will be used for the purposes of the disadvantaged across the school program, in this case, Patrick Henry High School.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith, for asking that question. Item F2, this is the recommendation of the Career Technical... I thought we did vote.
We did vote.
Yeah. Do you want to re-vote? Okay. We've got a motion and a second. Please re-vote. Okay. Great.
We get paid by vote.
So this is all right. This is the recommendation of our Career Tech Education Advisory Committee to add career readiness graduation requirements. We've got one speaker who I'll call Debbie O'Toole. We've got two speakers, and Edith Smith. Is Debbie here? If not, Edith, please.
Yes. In terms of the career readiness, and which was formerly called the A through G, I continue to bring before the trustees and the superintendent that A through G is 15 credits. The state of California requires 30 in order to have a high school diploma. This district requires 44. That's an additional 14. And as we move through this process and we keep bringing things and parts before the board in terms of getting things approved and informing the public, we need not to increase. We need, if anything, we need to decrease. Our students want to flourish and grow and move on. I think we have a financial crisis, and I think we need to educate and we need to release, and not to add more things that they have to do. The state of California only requires 30. We require 44. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Salazar.
As Sid comes up, I just wanted to set the stage.
Yes.
The board has been updated and actually voted on some of the A to G program in the last several months. Sid and I participated in a discussion with we have a board-designated group, the Career Tech Education Advisory Committee, that meets periodically, and they address the issues of career readiness. They were presented recommendations on the 29th of March. They concurred with bringing them forward, and Sid's going to brief you on trying to enhance the career readiness elements of A to G.
Thank you, Superintendent Koba, Dr. Meyer, Mr. Barrera, and trustees. Thank you for this opportunity to return with the research and recommendation from the Career and Technical Educational Advisory Committee, also known as CTEC, as you requested on March 29th during our Career Ready and College Prep Task Force presentation. In your package were different attachments. There were actually 8 attachments. Some of them were the minute meetings from the CTAC meeting, and also this PowerPoint presentation that I will be presenting right now. In addition to that, we also gave you, once again, the CTE courses approved for UC A through G. Ms. Smith is correct. They do require 15 credits that I presented on March 29th. In addition to that, trying to give you some compelling information in terms of that this is, even though we're adding a requirement, there are many of our students that are already taking these requirements, these courses currently in our schools. In addition to that, Attachment 6 gives you community colleges courses approved for high school and community college credit already on the docket. We have with us this afternoon as well Mr. Sean Loshore, who's our director of CTE, who will be providing, if you have any questions or specific detailed questions regarding CTE, he's here to answer them as well. The CRCP Task Force recommendations, just to review, on March 29th, you approved the requirements of UC A through G subject area requirements as in your graduation requirements. In terms of the career readiness graduation requirement, you sent it back to staff to study and to work with the CTE Advisory Committee and bring this presentation back to you tonight or today. You did not approve the increase of graduation requirements from 44 to 48. That was not approved. You did approve to implement with the class of 2016, and then you further approved providing or encouraging extra support for students who are getting D's and F's in courses. As I said earlier, we met on May 12, 2011 with the CTAC committee, and they unanimously, upon the presentation that I presented to you on March 29th, unanimously approved moving forward with this recommendation to the board. Just to reiterate some of the compelling information from the past, the class of 2016, we were requiring for them to have one CTE course for graduation. This is this past year's class of 7th grade class, next year's 8th grade class. Currently, as we did our study with our accountability department, 97% of our students already take at least one CTE course, and in addition to that, 68% take 2 or more CTE courses. Again, our purpose is not to increase based on what the board approved at the last meeting on March 29th. We are maintaining at 44 credits. Currently, what's happening at our schools, we have 13 CTE courses and 20 CTE capstone courses, which would be the second-year course at our schools. 60% of the 26 courses that are ROP courses, capstone courses, are A through G approved. So in that regard, it would be fulfilling not only this requirement, but the G requirement of an extra elective course for students, and that's starting with the class of 2016. Currently, 10 or more CTE courses are in progress for approval for 11-12 school year. And again, we were trying to emphasize the CTE ROP courses, which provide industry certification or licensure for better than minimum wage jobs in the future for our students. In your packet in attachment 6, you have delineated over 40 ROP courses which receive high school and community college credit. Currently, up to 158 college courses are there for students for certification and licensure and advanced standing in the college. So that's in working in collaboration with our community colleges. So that's a large amount of credits that our students are able to enroll in to be able to be both college ready and career prepared. In attachments 7 and 8, we have CTE courses and CTE pathways delineated for you. 2 or more of the pathways are available at every school now and have been for the past several years. And I'll reiterate that 97% of our students already take at least one CTE course and 68% 2 or more courses. To review our rationale for approval, as we mentioned in our presentation on March 29th, we are trying to address the economic and workforce and family needs of our students and getting ready for the 21st century. It gives students more opportunities in career and college and clearly fulfills our district mission to have them college and career ready upon graduating from our district. This here gives you more compelling reasons or rationale for requesting for your approval. It gives you statistics in terms of the job market. In addition to that, the different opportunities or the percentages of opportunities for our students in the future. Attachments 5 through 8 in your packets gives you the CTE courses approved for UC A through G. It gives you the listings of the community colleges courses approved for high school and community college credit. Attachment 7 gives you the high schools with the California Industry Sector Career Pathways. And Attachment 8 gives you the California Industry Sector Career Pathways at the district high school. Again, all compelling reasons of work that is currently existent. Even though we're adding a requirement, the opportunities there are for the students to take all of those courses. That's the end of my presentation.
Okay.
Questions?
Great. Why don't we see if we have a motion to accept this item, recommendation?
Move approval.
Okay. Do we have a second? I will second. It's moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Dr. Evans.
Okay. So from what I understand, first of all, it's not super clear to me what all of these courses are, what type of courses they are, but that the 97% of students are currently taking them, and at least one, and the 68% are taking two or more. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, I mean, if one were required, it really wouldn't change anything one way or the other. I mean, that's virtually 100%. And then the 68%, I guess I would wonder why that 1/3 is not taking it, and if they're maybe filling up with certain things that they want for college or for other programs and certain electives that they want. So, I mean, I always have a concern about sitting here and voting to add on extra requirements without being very clear on what is the benefit of requiring that. I mean, I certainly understand that a lot of these courses could be very helpful and very valuable and so forth and so on, but in terms of I wonder how many students are currently choosing a program that kind of fits and what benefit there is in terms of making it mandatory.
I'm going to ask Mr. Loescher to address that question. Okay. He is the expert in that area.
Well, thank you, Dr. Evans. It's a little bit of a loaded question because you're asking a broad range of theoreticals.
And first of all, maybe just a little more description of the kinds of courses and how they would be appealing both to students who are planning to go to college and maybe don't have a plan to go to college.
Sure.
Yeah.
Career technical education courses have been known by a variety of names for the last 150 years, whether it be through vocational or voc ed or any number of steps. The choice to move into the title of career technical education occurred at a federal level, recognizing the breadth of careers. Careers rank from everything from medical professions that require a certification program right up to where you're sitting with a doctorate program. Those are all inside of a career program. So we're talking about a wide variety of items. As far as courses that are available inside of fields such as construction and engineering, it can be a program that is articulated with a local group such as IBEW or IATSE and looking at those union trade organizations and certifications through there, right through some of the engineering courses where if you take two or more of those engineering courses and receive a B or higher and meet all of the SAT and entrance requirements, you're automatically into San Diego State University School of Engineering. So we really are talking about a wide variety of courses. Some of the more traditional classes that I think we think of, even those have progressed in a way for college matriculation or articulation agreements. If we look at automotive technology and we look back to where it was in 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, right now it's through a program called NATEF, and that's a standardized national curriculum that automatically gets students certified inside of ASE certification, and it has them able to move on to 2- and 4-year tech institutions. So we're talking about wide varieties of courses.
Okay. And so then the other question I was just asking about the requiring versus not requiring and how that would benefit the students.
Well, I would reference back to a study released by UCSD by Dr. Julian Betts, in which he employed something called an instrumental variables model. This was a national study done on our district specifically in regards to Perkins federal CTE legislation. It was presented to Congress this June. And what he found using the instrumental variables models, which essentially he would come forth and say, all things being equal, taking out those variables, what he found were students that took 2 or more CTE classes were more likely not just to go into college, but to stay there. They went to college with purpose. They understood the rationale. They didn't go to college just because we were told to go to college. They understood the global meaning of that. They were also more likely to be employed. So it does, again, support this mission that we have put ourselves on of college and career readiness.
And then would the when you're describing some of these courses, I'm trying to see kind of the overlap with the idea of internships. I mean, that's, for example, with the Met, where they have an internship and go there a couple of days a week. I mean, it sounds like this is kind of not as radical, but still a bridge to that in terms of sort of having an internship through taking a course like this.
Capstone courses, once a student is prepared, I'd like to note that for us, internships is a series of steps. We're talking about classroom speakers. We're talking about adult world immersion through a series of steps. Classroom speakers at various levels. Moving forward into what's called the job shadow, which is 30 or fewer hours at a work site exploring what's going on. And at a capstone level, we have a number of courses that are offering 100% internship rate, not at the Met, but all over the district. Again, this notion that you will go out and participate in the adult world, you will move into an adaptive environment where you have to demonstrate all core curriculum knowledge in the real world, and that you'll have to do so by the standards of the world, and come back and report what you're learning and work with your teacher on how you go about your continuous cycle of improvement as a young man or woman moving into adulthood.
Okay, just one more question. So it seems like one of the things that would result from this is that a resource would be the community colleges in terms of offering a much larger number of community college courses to high school students. I mean, I've thought about that a lot in terms of college-bound students taking community college courses versus AP classes. But it sounds like on all levels, whether it's going on to 4-year or a technical level, that we could be inserting a lot more of the community college into the high school through this program.
The capstone programs are articulated with the community college. We work with their courses. We cross-reference curriculum. We update those items on a regular basis with them. That's how those courses qualify to receive that community college credit. In addition to that, a wide variety of career technical education instructors are participants in what's called the designated subjects credential, and that's a little bit similar to what you would call an adjunct credential. They also are versed in a wide variety of instructional techniques in order to be able to provide hands-on learning and the more traditional classroom learning sets.
So this kind of balances out the whole A to G program in terms of what we've done on the college prep side and on the technical side.
It's the opportunity for all students to explore college and career, to draw relevance back to core curriculum, where we ought to also be exploring the embedding of many of these items.
Okay, so it would apply to the freshmen that are entering about a year from now.
That is accurate.
Okay. Thanks. Sounds good.
Mr. Beiser.
So this proposal from the staff would increase the number of credits required to graduate from high school?
No, it would not record. And to clarify, this is not the recommendation from staff. This was Career and Technical Education Advisory Committee coming back to you.
Okay. All right. Does staff, Nellie, have you had an opportunity to vet this?
We certainly have worked with the A through G, or now it is called the CCRP committee, and we're in discussion about all of the pathways. So yes, we have looked at it.
And do you recommend it or not?
I do recommend the proposal.
But separate from what you said, not the high school graduation increase, right?
Right, but this would not increase the number of credits required to graduate. Okay. The other question that I have with regard to the career technical education coursework is what is the value of making it required? Dr. Evans had a very good point that to the extent that 97% of our students are already enrolled in it, what's the point of making it mandatory? And what classes are those 3% of students taking that they would not be able to take as a result of this being mandatory? Because as we look at students signing up for classes, for every choice that they're forced to make, that means a choice that they can't make, like taking 4 years of AVID, taking 4 years of band, taking 4 years of a foreign language, or maybe other activities that they'd like to take that are in class offered as a class during the day, like ASB and things like that. So that as we continue to force kids to pick certain classes, then that means we're limiting their choices on other classes that maybe are important to their personal enrichment.
I'll want all of you to keep in mind that our district requires 44 credits for graduation. UC A through G requires 15, and we're proposing for these two classes, that's in another 4 credits, so that's up to 19 credits. Mm-hmm. So a total of 19 credits, and they still have the difference for their choices in terms of what they need to take or what they want to take, depending on their interests. And so
right. And so AVID, if I want to take AVID for 4 years, that's 8 credits. If I want to take band for 4 years, which I did, 8 credits. Mm-hmm. If I want to take a foreign language for 4 years, which I did, is 8 credits. So by adding this on top, I cannot do those things.
Okay. Keep in mind that some of the courses that you annotated, like the world language, is already embedded into
the A through G. Right. But that's 4 credits.
Correct.
Right. And so then I still am capped out at 44, so then I can't do anything else like ASB, Model UN, debate, speech, any of those other electives that that this board member took when he was in high school. And so I'm just kind of concerned that we're forcing students to take courses when and then that's going to limit their ability to take other courses. And I'm concerned about that because I think we want to give students the opportunity to explore and pursue what is passionate for them. And that if they want to take those kinds of courses, that's great. They can. It's available and it's an option. But I think, taking away students' choices, I just can't support that because I think that we need to be offering more choices and opportunities for them to find and pursue what their passions are, instead of being told what you have to take outside of the A through G.
Okay, any further comments from board members?
Just a couple. Obviously, not just being a board member, being a parent of kids who are in the system right now, and I've watched their schoolwork over the last 10 years or so, and it's interesting to me to see how things changed and how a lot have stayed the same. The book's still reading Catcher in the Rye. Great book, written in, the 40s or something, and it was a little dated in 1978 when I had to read it. And there's been a lot, and not to say it's not a great book, but there's been a lot of great literature with the same types of themes that have been written in the last 10 years or 5 years. If you look at the history books and social studies, a lot of it's pretty stilted and so forth. And so as much as we say things have changed, I'm seeing what my kids are bringing home, says, well, and the world is changing significantly, and the environments our kids are in and living in, this type of environment for everything is so. You could, given the way things are going in this country, I think you could say that it almost, if you will, forces kids to see that the job market and the world is changing so significantly. It's changed so much in the last 10 years, and now it seems like every 2 or 3 years it changes so significantly. And part of being prepared is to have those opportunities. Plus, there are those and kids who won't go to college, and so I think it. You could almost say, well, why do we have algebra? We're forcing the kids to take algebra. I mean, so I think this gives it basically, it's a requirement within our whole model, and saying that the world is changing, it's evolving, and I wasn't a fan of algebra, that's why I mentioned that. So I think this is consistent with that approach, that the world is changing and evolving, and being on that cutting edge of opportunity is part of what this is there. So that's why I support the motion.
Yeah, and I'm going to support the motion as well, and I concur with where Mr. Barnett's going. I mean, I think that I certainly went to high school with a 2-track system. There was an academic track and a sort of a voc ed track, and I think everything that we've been trying to do for the past several years at this district is to cut that line. That there's something called an education, which involves academic skills and career-related skills and the integration of the two. And I think that by by injecting this into the curriculum in a more aggressive way, I think it also I think it will have the tendency to, within courses, within career technical education courses, to make sure that that academic skills are part of it, and within "quote unquote" traditional academic courses to make them more relevant to the real world. So I think this is I think this is moving forward the curriculum in a way that's important for the future. Yeah, Superintendent.
And just one more comment. When Sid and Sean and I met with the advisory committee, that is a representation of the San Diego business community and folks who recognize that we're producing the young people that will be their employees in the next cycles of the marketplace. And I think we're connected to them. They support something like this. I think it really underscores our mission statement, because the world is changing so rapidly that we've got to stay as current and as anticipative as we can of the skill sets, the career paths, the options kids would have. And we find that when the kids take the career tech courses, even if they take it just as a passing interest on their way to college, we're always amazed at how they come back circling around to that option and consider it as a part of their life choices. So I think what we're telling you today, it's about choices and relevance for the kids and how they would then connect to the community.
Okay, Dr. Evans.
Just a quick comment. I mean, in terms of people can go pretty high in education, but I think probably my wife would have appreciated there having been required some sort of a technical course in high school. I think for Mr. Barrera also, in terms of not being able to repair things at home. No, the other way around.
So she would have been one of those. So she would have been one of the 3% of students that don't take a career
I'm talking about
tech
myself,
class
not
today.
her. Yeah. I'm saying that I think there's value in having those skills, no matter what you're doing.
Real world skills are good things.
And that's why 90%, 97% of kids take it now.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on the motion. Yep. Okay.
By the way,
Great.
Katie, if you're watching, you do have to take algebra.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Okay. You know what? I would recommend we take a 5-minute break. I think we're.
So after all of that, I forgot to let the person announce this piece. I'm supposed to announce. So let's have the announcement to this piece now, after the fact, and then we'll move on to the announcement for the next one. I'm so sorry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ian Carranza, and I'm a violinist at Douglas. The first piece we just played was The Black Sea. It may come to you as a surprise to learn that the Black Sea is not really black. So why do we call it that? This first piece is called The Black Sea is Another Mystery. Perhaps it has to do with the sea of black milk found at the score. Laying that aside, though, we might enjoy the highly rhythmic energy of this piece we just played in our program.
Hello, I am Betsy Faziano of Challenger Middle School. I'm a violinist as well. And the title of the next piece is Waltz of the Wicked. We want to assure you that at our tender age, we are too innocent to know anything about this. But it's fun to pretend.
Marshall Middle School Orchestra, where I play viola. And in this next piece, called Variable Stars, the strings go through a series of variations on the children's song, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. These variations include the sound of Texas fiddling, a waltz, a cha-cha, and other amusing references. Listen closely and you will even hear Dies Irae, which means wrath of God, and Cum Susur Todd, or Come Sweet Death, in this arrangement. These sentiments are meant for fun and should not be taken as any sort of omen. So it's okay. You can sit back, relax, and enjoy Variable Stars.
If you guys are anywhere around. Okay, so given the patience of a number of people who've been here all afternoon, I'm going to ask the indulgence of my colleagues in moving item H6, the Kearney Small Schools allocation, up on the agenda. So, Mr. Barnett, do you want to make your motion, and then we'll get a second?
Yeah,
and then we'll get
I believe
speakers.
because it was proved that we, unless the attorney disabuses me of this, that we first need to make a motion to reconsider the action last time. Is that as part of the action was the setting of the...
Do we have to do that, or can we just do it all at once?
Actually, not reconsideration is only at the meeting that you first considered it. Because it's been posted on the agenda,
Okay,
you can
great.
proceed to discuss it.
Well, then, I would move that we that the board approve the Kearney, I'm reading, principal allocation for 11-12 at 4 to be funded 25% each by the 4 Kearney site X Factor budget allocations.
For the 4th position. Yeah.
For the 4th position.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. I'm going to call up speakers, and I'm going to limit it to 1 minute per speaker. Gabriel De Simone, Hung Nguyen, Erica Heinzman, Stephanie Clay, Jessica Graham, Kimberly Bennett. Start with those. Are those folks here? Daniel Barone, Matt DeFord, Mike Price, Shauna Hazan, Deborah Glanz, Michael Little, Frank Young. Hey, Mike.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brewer. They'd like me to lead off, so I will do that. Mr. Koba, members of the board, and senior district staff, I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you today in open session, one of my very rare occasions. Before you today is an item that appears to be about 4 principals on the Kearney High School site. Thank you, Mr. Barnett, for putting this on the docket. And its application to Kearney High School is readily apparent. However, this item is really a referendum on the community-based reform. For the past year, this district has engaged its public and communities around educational excellence in an effort unlike any in the 36 years of my career. Numerous meetings have engaged our communities in the process of reforming their community schools so that each child in every district has a high-quality educational experience available in his or her own neighborhood schools. Communities have been encouraged to think, to plan, to develop ideas, and work within existing resources to shape their schools to the best form for their children. This is what the Kearney Cluster has done. They've researched, dialogued, planned, and then decided the current structure of the high school is their desired one, and in cooperation with all the high school principals and the school site councils, they have rearranged resources in order to make it happen without additional cost to the school district. This rearrangement was certainly one of the dreams of board members when community-based reform was designed and implemented. 3 weeks ago, we brought together the leaders of the cluster teams and thought through what their dreams and hopes were for community-based reform, as well as hearing from each board member your hopes and dreams for this community engagement. The vote on this item will send a clear signal to all cluster communities about the conviction, the beliefs, and the willingness of our Board of Education to implement its design for community-based reform. Yes, it will specifically allow Kearney High School 4 principals for the 2011-2012 school year, but it will send a clear message to the communities about what is possible. I'm asking you to approve this today, not only for Kearney, but also to validate the work of my fellow area superintendents, their communities, the representation of parents, and the hopes and dreams of 130,000 students in the San Diego Unified School District. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark.
Good afternoon. I would like to begin by thanking the board and especially Mr. Barnett for allowing Kearney to present our solution today. 2 items are not in dispute. Kearney has achieved extraordinary and substantial success, in the words of Mr. Barnett and Dr. Meyer. Also, public education in California has been hit with the unprecedented budget cuts in the last few years. Therefore, we understand the board must act in a fiscally responsible manner in these dire financial times. We sympathize with the board's reluctance to vote to reduce the number of principals at Kearney. This year, the board provided an X-Factor budget to each site so that the SSC could fund vital positions, materials, and student programs depending on the needs of the individual schools. As of this February, the SSC at all 4 Kearney schools identified retaining the 4-principal model as a critical need. These 4 administrators are the only administrators on campus. When visitors inquire about Kearney's success, at the top of the list is the fact that each school has its own principal. Thus, this SSC continues. Ms. Clay had to go home and pick up her kid.
Okay,
is there any possibility I could use her time?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thus, the SSC continues to urge the use of the X-Factor funding to preserve the 4 principals at Kearney. The .25 of a principal position costs each of the schools less than 10% of their X-Factor allocation, which is approximately $35,000 for each of their portions. Additionally, the choice to spend X-Factor money for this purpose will not jeopardize teaching positions or student support services, nor unduly strain the finances of the school. Likewise, this proposal does not negate the cost savings achieved on June 2nd. This proposal is the result of far more than a limited group of teachers and students. As you have seen in the numerous emails you have received in the last 2 weeks, there is a groundswell of support from local town council to educational foundations to one of the founders of UCSD's medical school. When Superintendent Koba recently visited our campus, he declared Kearney 5 years ahead in the community-based reform model. Since the June 2nd vote, the community has universally and resoundingly responded to retain our four-principal structure and thereby sustain Kearney's momentous academic achievement and the crown jewel of Linda Vista and Kearney Mason neighborhood. Please stand if you're in support of four principles. Thank you for your indulgence.
My name is Matt DeFord, English teacher at Kearney Digital Media and Design. Members of the board, Superintendent Koba, your decision today as a board to approve the use of X Factor funds as a means to keep Kearney's leadership structure intact at four principles will represent what you yourself, Mr. Barnett, have described as a win-win situation. This decision is both fiscally responsible, as it poses no additional financial burden on the district, and community-minded, as the school site council at each of the Kearney small schools has already authorized the use of their X Factor funds for such a purpose. In closing, you have before you today an opportunity to demonstrate that site-based funds can be used to support community-based reform. I implore you, on behalf of the Kearney cluster of schools, to show us that public input does amount to something. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Barone. I am a teacher from Kearney Digital Media and Design. President Barrera, Superintendent Koba, and board members, we don't know why small schools didn't work in other communities. But what we do know is that for Kearney, our current structure is absolutely critical and necessary for a wildly successful reform. Eliminating an administrator is a de facto restructuring of our school, and we will not be okay if this happens. That is why our SSCs and our community support funding the fourth administrator out of our X Factors from each school. Educators in other districts and cities appreciate the value of what's happening at Kearney in our structure. We would ask for the same vote of confidence from our own district leadership. Please allow us to use our site funds and maintain the vital and necessary administrative structure at Kearney. Allow us to pay for a fourth administrator. Thank you. And one last thing, I have letters of support from ConnectEd California, as well as the Linda Vista Town Council that you've already received. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Jessica Graham. I'm also a teacher at Kearney High School at the School of Science, Connections, and Technology. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. My colleagues have already reiterated several times to you what we would like as a community and how it's a win-win for everybody. I've heard so many negative things today and at some of the other board meetings that I've been at. So this is really an opportunity for us not to take away from the budget and at the same time restore something that everyone in the community supports. So we thank you for your support. We thank you for considering it. And one last thing I'd like to add on behalf of our students who are not always able to come to these meetings and speak. When the idea was presented to them that they may lose one of their principals, they didn't know which one, but just the idea that there would be any change to their leadership, I had kids in my classroom in tears. So I'm the one that has to go back and deal with that at the beginning of the school year next year. It's not like most high schools where kids maybe would be happy that their principal would be laid off. There is a personal connection. So that is also part of the community-based reform model as well, that personalization. So again, thank you for your time, and please consider what we've asked.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimmy Bennett, and I'm Kearney ASB's president for this coming school year. Mr. Barnett, I don't know if you remember me, but I'm a junior at Kearney High School, and we had a Socratic seminar meeting about the situation at Kearney a couple months ago, and my principal chose me and a few other students from the other academies to represent our school in this discussion. I'd like to share with something you told us, and I quote, "I will do anything I can to protect this school. You guys are doing a phenomenal job." And I really agree with that statement, and I know and understand that we're in a budget crisis. However, we have a plan to keep the cost savings, so please allow the four schools to use the X Factor funding to pay for the fourth principal. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shayna Hazen, and I have the privilege of serving on the advisory board for Stanley E. Foster Construction Tech Academy, one of the 4 small magnet schools in the Kearney cluster. And I'm here today to urge you to support the action to revise the action taken on June 2nd, which reduced the number of principals for the next school year, and vote instead to restore the principal allocation at the cluster to 4 for the next year. CTA's education program is based on the key school reform strategies identified by the U.S. Department of Education. These strategies include high academic standards, small learning environments, learning structured around students' career interests, linkages between out-of-school experiences and classroom learning, flexible schedules, and strong linkages with post-secondary institutions. The curriculum integrates career technical courses with academic courses, providing students with a rigorous curriculum through a relevant hands-on and project-centered instructional approach. Recently, the President introduced the Educate to Innovate campaign, which calls on schools to increase STEM literacy and expand STEM education and career opportunities for underrepresented groups to train students for 21st century jobs. The Kearney schools have years of experience successfully engaging underrepresented students in STEM learning while providing a rigorous curriculum that meets A through G requirements. I want to
Thanks a lot.
keep this short, but thank you.
Hi, I'm Debbie Glanz, a parent of a recent Kearney graduate, and yesterday Scott Burnett said in the Kearney graduation ceremony that he had not seen such enthusiasm in the 6 other ceremonies that he had been. He can attest to how full the building was of parents and people who support Kearney. Sorry. Well, that's just the ones you went to.
He said that to all of them. So.
Okay. I was a parent. I was privileged to be a parent on the panel of the WASC visit, and they recommended that Kearney keeps all 4 principals. When they found out, and I know you guys have gotten a report, or you should have gotten a copy of that report by now. When they found out that you were reducing at this time to 2 principals, they were very, very upset. It takes an awful lot of time on the 4 principals at Kearney to get the industry and the community support that they have. It's not a VP job. It is a complete, they're a liaison between our community members and all the industry support. I really ask that you keep all 4. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Young. I'm an independent construction consultant, a member of the American Society of Professional Estimators, serving on its National Education Committee. I appreciate the time granted today to address the board concerning the pending reduction in the number of principals at Kearney High School, particularly Construction Tech Academy. Our organization over the years has provided mentoring to the students at CTA about careers in construction and has made contributions to their various programs. The statistics demonstrate that the small school concept at Kearney works with amazing results. The nature of each school's emphasis and technical curriculum will be severely hampered by the proposed reduction. Construction Tech Academy is unique in its outreach to the construction community by furnishing potential workers in the skilled trades and personnel for management positions. The students rely on the specialized knowledge and excellent leadership of their principal, who in turn deals with a talented core of instructors presenting class materials.
Thank you, Frank.
Last speaker, Mike Little, teacher at Kearney. Ditto.
All right. Thank you, Michael. All right, and if everybody can take Mr. Little's model, Kimberly Oldenburg, Anna Secal, Rosie Vergara, Doug Beckham, G. Thomas Kay, Edith Smith, and Devin Turk. I want to say. Go ahead. Yep.
Hello, my name is Kimberly Oldenburg. I am a sophomore at Kearney
School of International Business. I am here on behalf of the issue pertaining to the elimination of one of our principals. I once learned from a visiting philosopher that came to our AVID class, there's a difference between killing and letting die. In my opinion, the board, does not understand the relation of this quote to the situation at hand. By cutting principals or schools from other schools, such as Crawford or San Diego, you are letting them die since they have proven not to be successful. When getting rid of a Kearney principal, you are killing. Kearney has shown only improvement since the development of our small schools. I see no purpose in willingly interrupting our parents' success. If the board members decide that cutting our principal is the only solution, I plead that we are granted at least 1 year to prepare for the drastic change. One thing I would like to add is the importance of the principals that our students feel. As a military child, I have been to my fair share... I'm almost done.
Go ahead. Yeah.
With the exception of Kearney, there are no principals that would slightly remember my name, let alone recognize my face. To them, I'm just another student. At Kearney, my principal could give you a full biography of me as well as my sister. The special connection could mean the world to a student. Taking it away could be extremely harmful. I hope you keep in mind my points when you cast your ballot. Your opinion can mean the world to a student. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we get 2 minutes?
Sure.
Okay. Hi, my name is Anna Skal, and this is Rosie Vergara. We're both students at San Diego State University, and we graduated from Construction Tech Academy at Kearney High a few years back.
We're both students at San Diego State in the construction management, and CTA is one of the 4 small schools at Kearney High, and the small school system really works, and we're proof. We're on our way to graduating from San Diego State, and if it wasn't for Construction Tech Academy, I have no doubt in my mind that I wouldn't be where I am today.
The reason why these schools work is because there is one principal to each school. The industry comes and helps the school. The principal has that connection with the industry, and the principal works so hard every day as it is. I cannot see how the schools would function with only 3 principals. I can't imagine it. It won't work. And if it's working right now as it is, why would you change it? I understand we have a budget crisis, but I don't think this is gonna, the school works as it is. Please don't change it.
If by eliminating one principal, you're not hurting only one school, you're hurting all of the schools. Me and Anna are constantly volunteering in our time with Construction Tech Academy, and we constantly see the principal there everywhere, and it's kind of amazing because we're like, wow, she's all over the place. So you can't give that job to
anybody.
You can't give that job and the same job for another school just to one principal. It won't work. It's crazy.
Thank you for your time.
Well said by the students. My name's Doug Beckham. I'm a Kearney Mesa Kiwanis member, and we sponsor the Key Club at Kearney. I'm also a longtime community leader in the community, having served the community for 5.5 years as their president. And I helped start the Partnership and Education Program for the Linda Vista Civic Association that's now morphed into the Town Council. Also, we got the Kiwanis involved sponsoring the Key Club way back when Dr. Brown was the principal. I have to agree with the students. I don't see it working without the 4 dedicated principals. Now, I'm on first name basis with all 4 principals, and that tells you a community leader can go in there and talk to the principals on a first name basis under many items. We like to say it's all education, but there's always community issues and police issues, public safety, etc., etc. I'm going to keep it short. Please support the 4 principals.
Thanks, Doug.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Kay. I'm the president of the Linda Vista Town Council, and I just wanted to mention that our town council is unanimous in urging you to reconsider having 4 principals. I also have a PhD in physical oceanography, so I've been sitting on the advisory board for the Science Connections Technology School, and I've just been amazed at the progress that I've seen in the last 6 years. I've lived in Linda Vista since '74. This is one of the best things that's happened to Linda Vista since I've lived there. Urge you to reconsider.
Hello, my name is Devin Turk. I'm a current senior, Kearney DMD. Now, as you have heard in abundance from students, graduates, and staff members of Kearney, the 4 small schools and the 4 principals work. We are able to build a connection with our principals that you wouldn't be able to do in another school. As a student from a large school in Monmouth Regional with only 1 principal, I came here and at first I wasn't used to it, but I like it so much better. We are able to progress so much more, and as you've heard, it just works. Maybe not for other schools, but for us, because we try hard, and our principals know the school like the back of their hand, and they work hard to keep everything intact, to keep the students working hard, to help us graduate and go to schools like SDSU, UCLA. And why fix what's broken? Why fix what's not broken?
Hi, I'm Gabriel DeSimone, also talking about Kearney High School and the 4 principals. I have made such a bond with my principal for the past 2 years that now he calls me sir whenever I see him. And it's amazing how close I've gotten to this one principal out of all the other principals I've ever had. If I need something, I can go up to him and ask him pretty much, I need help, can you help me? And he'd be, let me see what I can do. Then when we're just like walking by, we'd ask, how are you, how's things going, how's school, how's classes. He's just so concerned with us that he would do whatever he could for us. And Kearney has 4 schools, 4 principals. And if you take away one of those principals, it's off balance and there'd be chaos. So you need 4 principals. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Lincoln would like 4 too. San Diego High would like 6. And Crawford would like 4. If we're talking about equity, let's talk about equity. I think what's happening at Kearney is very fabulous, and I hope that they very continue. But Ms. Barnett, you just said just a few days ago when we met with you, is that everybody has heard a little. The number of students in the district is shrinking. Everything's shrinking. The only thing that I haven't seen shrink over the last few years is the superintendent's office, but, everything's shrinking. So they have to hurt just like everybody else. That money that they found, that's the students' money. That needs to be used for the students and to increase programs there at the school. Thank you.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Mr. Barnett.
Just like to make a couple more comments. First of all, I'll say of all the meetings I've been at since I've been here and all the high school students have been here, this is definitely the most enthusiastic group.
That's what you always say. You said that last week, too. And you're my favorite board member.
Thank you. Wow. This is good. We're going to have a group hug afterwards. So this is good.
Okay.
We have, I think all of us for months have, since this current budget crisis, have received so many emails and phone calls and letters from people saying that we understand the budget crisis we're facing, but this particular program at our school and situation at school is special. And you know what? Every one of those I thought up and was true. I mean, whether it's Language Academy or whether it's Mandarin or whether it's the librarian or the art teacher or the music, there are so many special situations, and the problem is with our budget is that we don't have enough money anymore. So when this came up at the last meeting, and Ms. Smith, I'm not sure was here or not, but actually the action of the board was to increase equity and to have equity across the board on the various number of principals. But the other issue is that as we go ahead in the next year and months ahead, there's going to continue to be programs that are going to be special for communities. Or it may be this board may say we have to close some schools in some communities because we can't afford it anymore. And I think part of the cluster model is, as Mike Price says, is clusters coming together and deciding what's important for their cluster. And that may mean sacrifice within a cluster. It may be if a school is going to be closed, if that school is so important to a cluster, and we're saying we can't afford it because it's taking money away from the general budget, then that cluster might want to come together and save that school, if that's a value of that cluster. And I think this action of the Kearney High School Site Councils is basically saying, look, this is important to us, but we're willing to use money that we could use for a variety of other things because it's our top priority. So the reason I am able to enthusiastically support this is that it's budget neutral. It sets a precedent, I hope, for everyone out there to say, let's be creative. Let's find ways to use the resources we have to keep what works as much as possible. Now, that doesn't mean we don't want or need more money. We all agree on that. But I think this is a good precedent. I appreciate the Kearney site councils and principals and students and their enthusiasm, and hopefully the board will support this change to keep the four with the site discretionary budgets funding it and no impact on the general fund.
Dr. Evans?
Yes, I will just support what Mr. Barnett has said just a little more succinctly. I won't give you a whole sermon. I mean, the real issue here, and this is what is impressive, because as Mr. Barnett said, we often hear, don't cut this, don't cut that, without people offering alternative solutions. When I was talking to the Chavistas yesterday or whenever it was, and I took some money on my wallet and said, okay, I've got $10. I want to buy, 4 or 5 things that each cost $5. Now I have to make some choices, and this is really what we're doing in terms of priorities. And I think it was a great example that Mr. Barnett gave too about when it comes time for school closures. If you take an entire community maybe that has 5 or 6 or 7 schools, and the community works together, if they know that if they have 6 schools and we can only afford to have 5 of them, for them to make a collective decision, which is exactly what the Kearney community has done in terms of, okay, we've only got enough money for 3 principals, so you get 3 principals, and then they came up with another solution, which was cutting in other areas. So I really support this kind of thinking, and I think we need a lot more of it throughout the district, so I'm very enthusiastic about this. And I didn't say that for the applause.
Ditto. I'd like to call the question.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Please vote. All right. All right. Thank you, Kearney folks. We'll now move on to item F3, and this is our proposed transitional kindergarten program, and this is a first reading. Superintendent, Dr. Meyer? Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to introduce Dr. Sid Salazar and Sylvia Gonzalez, who will give us an update on the transitional kindergarten program.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. Mr. Barrera and Board of Trustees, we are here today, as you said, for a first read only, an informational item. We will be returning to you for action in the future with any recommendations you may have this evening, or with more additional information if you need more information. We are seeking, or we are required by 2015-2016 to go into full implementation of transitional kindergarten based on SB 1831. What we would like to do is start providing information to you this evening to develop a phase-in program with a pilot for 11-12. Our director for ECE has provided information to the principals, the elementary school principals, did a survey monkey, and she'll be presenting that information this evening to kind of get a jump start on the transitional kindergarten as a pilot program for 11-12. So Ms. Sylvia Gonzalez will be presenting that information to you.
Good afternoon. The first one? Okay, this one. Okay. As Dr. Salazar alluded earlier, that SB 1381 is the transitional kindergarten, and it will be establishing two things. One, it is changing the entry date for those students that are going to be turning kindergarten age from December 2nd to September 1. The Senate bill also is not just changing the time and the date, but it's also requiring districts to be able to offer a program for those students that are going to be affected by this change. So what it will do, it's TK, as now is fondly known as, will be providing children what we're calling the gift of time. It will provide them an opportunity to mature and to be able to develop so that they could be prepared for the rigorous kindergarten standards. In addition to that, what we're expecting is that we will be receiving more students that currently are not attending kindergarten because some families choose to keep their children for an additional year in preschool. They have the funds to do this, and so by offering this TK program, I believe that we will receive more students coming in because it will be free. So it'll be an additional year for these parents to be able to offer their children one additional year in a kindergarten setting, but with less requirements. This next diagram will show you what it would look like in one classroom, because typically in a kindergarten classroom there are approximately 1/4 of the students that make up a transitional kindergarten classroom. This diagram shows how approximately 1/4 of the students will then enter the year 1 transitional kindergarten and will continue into the second year, which will be the regular kindergarten classroom. If you look at this and you multiply this by 3, so typically at a site that has approximately 3 kindergarten classrooms, if you take 1/4, that should make up the 1 TK classroom. So remaining 2 regular classrooms, 2 regular kindergarten classrooms, and 1 TK classroom. This next frame shows you the progression in which transitional kindergarten will be implemented throughout the years. Next year is not a required year. This is the year that I am proposing to use as a pilot program. And the reason I want to be able to use it as a pilot program before it is mandated is so I want to be able to work out the kinks in regards to any problems that may arise, and I want to be able to have it manageable. In addition to that, we need to make sure that we develop the developmental curriculum and be able to set forth the professional development that's going to be required for these teachers. In the year 2012-13 school year, that'll be the first year that it will be mandated for all districts to be able to implement. But the way it's broken down is that all children turning 5 years old from November 2nd to December 2nd will be asked to be part of this transitional program. Then the following year, it'll include those birthdays dates from October 2nd to December 2nd. 2014-15 will be from September 2nd, December 2nd, and then the year 2015-16 will be full implementation. Beginning in the fall, we are proposing to have pilot TK at approximately 17 sites. TK will be voluntary for parents, and it will be a full-day program. This TK pilot will serve, children whose birthdays fall between September 2nd and December 2nd. In addition to this, it will be a 24-1, and it's the district has been, just for your information, we have been conducting a study of the different TK models that are out there, not only within San Diego County, but also in Los Angeles. Within San Diego Unified School District, we currently have 3 sites that are currently using it. 2 of the sites have a grant, and so it's very different. But there's one site over at Marvin. The 2 sites that we have that are using a grant are AB Scripps and Hickman. The one site that is not using the grant, they have been implementing this for the last 5 years, and that's Marvin. And it came about because of a need. Mr. E.J. Durway was at one of his meetings, and one of the parents stated that apparently she was going to be holding her child for an additional year before entering kindergarten. And he asked why, and then he posed the question to the rest of the people who were at the meeting, the rest of the parents. The parents, when he asked how many of them were holding their child back, there were 17 parents who were doing that. So he felt that he can comprise a classroom of these TK students in one room. So he currently runs a classroom. So he has 2 regular kindergarten classrooms and one that is a TK of these children, the young children. In addition to that, there is the next frame has cluster data that indicates that approximately 2,500 students will be served within this program, and this is using current information. The next frame are the 17 sites that I have selected, and I will need the information from both groups of sites. If you can see from the frame here, there are approximately 10 sites that are Title I school sites and 7 sites that are not. And the title, again, I really believe that from the non-title schools are the schools where parents are not officially necessarily sending their children to to kindergarten, because they're holding them back for an additional year. So I'm going to need this information to be able to plan for when it becomes mandated.
What criteria did you use to select these 17 sites?
What I did, I put out I conducted a survey monkey so that I could have indication from the principals in regards to their request to have TK at their sites. And so I looked at making sure that they had 3 or more kindergarten classrooms, because if they have less, let's say if it's a 4th, that only pulls out approximately 8 to 12 students. It's not enough to make up a class. So by having 3 or more, it'll draw up approximately 17 to 24 students. And then the other criteria was making sure that they had the facilities.
And it looks like, just from reading your chart, that you were looking at the number of actual students that would have their birthdays in this time period.
Yes, and these are current students, because unfortunately we can't predict what's coming in. But we looked at a trend. We had the demographers look at a trend in the past 5 years to kind of indicate to us that it will continue.
Okay.
The next frame, again, discusses in regards to the criteria that I used. And again, the Survey Monkey was used. The main thing in regards to this is that we're making sure that it is cost neutral. And how is that? Is that, number one, we are not adding any additional staff, because, again, if you have 3 current kindergarten classrooms, the principal will have to identify of the 3 which of the 3 teachers would be the TK teacher. There's no additional cost due to facilities, because we're using the current kindergarten classroom. There's no additional cost in regards to curriculum, because we will be using the kindergarten curriculum, although we have to work at what it's going to look like, because it has to be developmentally appropriate. It cannot be a watered-down kindergarten curriculum or what's happening in the classroom, but it does have to be developmentally appropriate. And so those are the main things in regards to costs that would have impacted us financially, but it's not. And the plan will then be that the principals will then have to identify in regards to which teacher will be the TK teacher. I am recommending that your best kindergarten teacher would be the teacher to take on this classroom. And in the fall, as the classes are being formed, they have to look and decide which are the young ones based on their birthdays and form this one TK classroom. Then we will have to develop a professional development calendar to be able to work with the 17 sites, or the teachers from the 17 sites. And also we will have to develop the curriculum that's going to be taught throughout the year. So just additional information. There were approximately 58 sites that expressed an interest in the TK. Again, I went through what they had to offer in regards to facilities, in regards to the amount of classrooms, and then the other thing is I also have a copy of the SurveyMonkey if you are interested in taking a look at it.
Well, my question is a little bit, and thank you, Richard, for asking the first question about the selection process. And I get concerned when people say it's who volunteers for the program, because I like to know how many of these schools are in program improvement. It's the neediest area. It seems that we have these programs, but the people who need them the most, if they don't raise their hand and say, I'm going to be in, they don't get in. And sometimes that principal has a lot of other things that they're dealing with, so they don't have the time to sit there and say, I'm going to add something else to my plate. It becomes our responsibility to make sure that we're doing the best that we can for those students. So sometimes it's not a matter of asking, do you want to volunteer to do this? It's a matter of saying, where is the need at? Okay, where do we have the largest? And so I'm going to go back to the other page over here, and I guess this is by cluster, but so when you look and you say where is the need, when you have 12 and 13% in some of those areas, then if the people in those areas didn't volunteer, my concern is that their kids are not being served, and it's not the child's fault that a principal did not want to volunteer, but we should make sure that these selection process is doing what's right for the children, not what's right necessarily for the principal, the volunteer or not. So I hope that you will look at all 58 that met the criteria and say which of those are program improvement, which of those can these students benefit by having that transitional year. Because what's going to happen is you're going to still have, no offense to our affluent areas, but you're going to, when you look at this classroom down here and you see a classroom of 17 at Tierra Santa, and they're great area, but then you look at Horton and that class has 28, and you're saying no more than 24 in a classroom. But my point is that the difference that is there, so you're not going to see the benefits of the program as much in a Horton as you will in Tierra, because the class size is already there. It's a lot smaller. So you're looking at where you have 15 and 16 and 17 students versus areas where you have at least 25, 28. And I'm concerned that those other ones that may have 25 or 28 are not even on the list because they didn't say, hey, I want in.
Right, and I agree with you. And initially, that's why we have this information in regards to clusters, because we were looking to see where the biggest needs were. But then we needed to look in regards to where there was facility space, because in some of the sites where there's a bigger need, there may not be facility space. Some of them have, I can't remember what it is, but there is a special grant that is keeping them at a lower class size. And so until they lose that grant, will we be able to see more facilities? The other part is that, remember, that this is just a pilot year, and the following year will be implementation by the mandate that's coming down, and at that point we'll be able to kind of spread out. For the purpose of this pilot, I need to have samplings of both sites, as you can understand. And because I need to know what the impact will truly be once it is implemented the following year in regards to those non-Title I schools. And we can certainly open it up. My concern is that I still wanted to keep it small for manageability purposes, because there are no dollars that are associated to this in regards to coming into my department. And so, as you know, I'm already serving approximately 5,000 students. So this is an additional work duty that will be imposed onto our program, and we are doing the professional development. So I want to keep it manageable for that purpose.
What is your timeline? When do you need to? So this is the first reading tonight. When are you planning to come for approval, and when do you need to make your final selection of the sites?
Well, I have already sent out an email to the sites in regards to letting them know that they are being considered, so that they had an opportunity to speak to their teachers, especially those traditional schools that are gone. The teachers are gone for the summer, but hopefully they've had an opportunity to select or at least have conversations with them. So I'm hoping that I can have approval possibly for the next board meeting, unless there are other questions, and if you need for me to bring back some items for consideration.
Well, I would certainly, and I know that you've taken this into account, but I'd certainly support what Ms. Jackson is saying about show us some analysis of need along with the factors that you've considered. Board members, any further comments, Dr. Evans?
Yeah, well, in terms of I wasn't sure if I understood. It's not special grant funding, other than we would get the ADA, and we're allowed to include this in our program, right?
That's
so. If you had a class that was 13 or 28 or whatever, we would have to deal with that in our budget in terms of if we have allocated for kindergartens to be, 29 or 24 or 20 or whatever it is. Would they be operating by the same rules, or would you operate a class with 15? Because I'm assuming there's just from a budgetary standpoint, that there's a loss there.
Right, and it would not be cost effective, obviously, and it would be a financial impact to the district if we did operate a class of 15 to 1.
So it would be basically, would it be following the district standard for what kindergarten class sizes are?
Yes.
Okay, so you would have to be in these pilot schools, they would have to have enough students to manage one of these classes, or in a very large school to manage two, but not just these smaller numbers. And then when you look after, and this was for the first year, and then after that, the year after was when you would be looking at doing it district wide.
Yes, it's mandated.
Right. Okay, it was mandated at that point, and so then where there's going to be a big logistical problem in terms of how do you find, when you have this smaller universe of kindergarten students and you've got 2 classes at this school and 8 at this school. Would you not necessarily offer it at every school, or how would you do that? Because you can't have half a class at a school.
Right, and so we have considered that, and I'm thinking that a possibility could be that we could identify a school as a satellite school for that, maybe that general community. And I'm thinking more like, for example, like the Claremont area, let's say Ross Elementary, where maybe they may not have enough to make up the class. So then we could tap into the surrounding schools and then bring in enough students to make up that class. Now that's for the pilot year. Right. For the mandated year, again, that's what the kind of information that I need to be able to have and obtain so that we can make those decisions. But it will be a district decision, and certainly that'll be a different presentation once we get there.
But is the idea of the mandate that it needs to be offered at every school?
What it states is that the district has to make every possible way to offer the program for every child that needs it.
Right, but
yes.
But it could mean at a nearby school. I mean, it just seems impossible for a very, very small one. And then one other question, which has to do with these deadlines. Obviously, when there's a December deadline, then people choose to, if they're close to that deadline, they're often choosing to hold them out. And so no matter where the deadline is, there are going to be people close to the deadline. So is this transitional kindergarten always going to stay very firm for that, September to December period? Because right now, parents have the option of keeping a kid home a year longer. I could see a lot of people wanting to get their kid into this transitional program because they're close to the deadline.
That is correct, but we are going to stay firm in regards to September to December. But for the pilot year, if I have a need to bring in maybe 2 or 3 more students, we may look into an August birthday just to complete the classroom. And we wouldn't impact the regular kindergarten classrooms by having 31 or 32 and having the other class sitting there with 22 students.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Any further comments? Mr. Boswell?
And so we would be receiving ADA for these children?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. And having been at Marvin Elementary School and seen the transitional kindergarten classes a couple of times, they're doing great work. It's amazing. And then also the data and the levels of student learning, the head start on literacy and numeracy is just phenomenal. So I really look forward. I just wish there was some way to accelerate the process so we could go district-wide before a little earlier. But yeah, I really am excited, and thank you very much for all your work on this.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm. Just very briefly, so since this has to be fully implemented by 2015, as we're building our out-year budgets, are you including this in there, please?
Yes. In fact, not only has to be in the out-year budget, but in our strategic process as we talk about the different changes that are going to occur.
All right.
It has to be factored in. Just as a wrap-up here,
Thank you.
Certainly took away for Sylvia and Sid to come back with the analysis behind the locations so that the board understands where and how, and see if that will clear up any questions you may have. And I think what I'll ask them to do is, certainly before we ever get to a second read, to try to get that information in some kind of memo or framework where you can all have a chance to look at it beforehand.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a couple of items that we agendized for 5 o'clock, and just for folks who have not gotten the word, item I-2, which is the first reading of the 11-12 budget, has been continued to next week, as has item H7, which is my resolution around restoration of certain certificated and classified positions. Okay. We'll move to item I-1, which is the resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of our trans notes.
Move approval.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. I'm sorry. F3, we had two speakers, Candy Nieto and Edith Smith. Go ahead, Candy. Yeah.
Hi, yes, I'm Candy Nieto. My address is on file. I have served for the last 19 years on CTA's ECE committee, and we work very closely with our lobbyist, Jennifer, with Semidian to get this bill passed. There are teachers that have retired 30 years working on trying to get this transitional, or getting the age moved. We also wanted mandatory kindergarten, but that didn't happen. So I guess I'm just standing before you to make sure that that you look at CTA's language on age and developmentally appropriate curriculum. As Sylvia said, there are many programs up and down the state, so it sounds like Marvin has a wonderful program. I'm just really, early childhood education is my passion, along with CBET. And so I just really want to make sure that we're really nurturing these kids and not forcing education at an earlier age. So I'm just really asking that that be done. And as far as the motto is, it's a mandatory program, but voluntary on the parents' part. So they don't have to participate, but all school districts have to provide this program by 2016. And there's been many discussions within our committee about what it looks like in smaller urban areas. They have satellite schools where children will come to those schools, and some of the issues surrounding with that, then the kids stay at those schools. So there's a lot of issues, a lot of programs, a lot of questions about this, and you're on the cutting edge of developing this program for this district, and I just ask that you do it with care with the children that we're going to be working with at this age. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that in this district we've done a lot of things with kindergarten. We've done a lot of changes, and these are very, very young and are most vulnerable. And as we move through the custom model, and as we move through making our kids move more cohesively from one level to the next, that we keep very close monitoring on this. I am a parent. I'm not sure how I would feel if I had kids in this age range about this new model. I understand that it's a Senate bill and all that, and we change those things when we need to. But I really think that for a district that's in our position, that's in program improvement, we need to keep close monitoring, and we need to keep parents at the table continually. Thank you.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second on item I-1 to issue our trans notes.
Just one question. Since we're apparently making a motion second without a presentation, and since we put the budget off a week, I'm assuming that we can have the financial advisor and Mr. Little and others come back at the next meeting and give us a presentation of...
The presentation?
Well, the goal is, the board said they wanted to see what the impact of the budget is. And hopefully we'll have a budget. So when we act on the budget next time, let's see what the financial advisors say vis-a-vis our trans at that time. So can we have that presentation next time?
My motion is that we go ahead and apply for the trans note. We can still have the staff presentation.
Absolutely.
I just made the motion because I know that we need to do this and to conserve time. But by certainly, if we feel we need to have the presentation by the staff, they should do the presentation.
I'm just asking that we just do it next time, and so.
But my motion fails, and you can put another motion on the table.
Yeah, we've got a motion to authorize issuing the trans and a second. So let's vote on that. All in favor? Okay, great. And then, yeah, I certainly support the presentation on yeah, absolutely. Okay, and then item I3, which is our GASB resolutions, and this is a first reading. That's going to be a very quick first reading, I'm hoping. So,
I think we, Chief Financial Officer and Comptroller Jenny Suckle, to provide the update. You don't want to.
Good evening, President Barrera, trustees, Superintendent Koba, and deputies Meyer and Stover. At the May 24th board meeting, Chief Financial Officer provided some background on GASB 54. And it was stated at the time also the emphasis and the goal of this statement is to provide financial reporting that is focused on fund balance classifications. For internal and external users of the financial statements, what it does is it provides consistency, transparency, and clarification. And also for compliance purposes, GASB 54 is required for government agencies, in particular district, also for school districts, to adopt a fund balance policy and respective resolutions as it relates to specific funds. And the goal is to have that by June 30th in order to be compliant and to have this implemented for those financial statements. So this is just the first reading. We'll be bringing this item back on June 28th for approval by the board. But I wanted to go over, and I don't know, Cheryl, if you need to put the policy up at all. I've got one. You have the item. You have a fund balance policy, and you have the resolutions for the general Fund 1, and for the resolution of Fund 11, which is the adult education, and the resolution for Fund 14, which is the deferred maintenance. Right. I just want to point out a few items on the policy itself. As noted, according to GASB 54 requirements, you see on that first section, it covers the 5 categories of non-spendable fund balance, restricted, committed, assigned, and unassigned. These are the parameters in which we need to reflect the fund and the particular usage of those monies. And that's in order for compliance purposes. These are the specific categories. So we've detailed that there. Going on to the second page, I wanted to point out the authority to commit funds. Overall, the district board has the authority to set aside funds for specific purpose. And for the authority to assign the funds, this policy would give the chief financial officer the ability to set aside specific purpose or specific funds. However, ultimately that decision can be approved or disapproved from the board. It's basically, they're specifically laying it out here, stating that the board would review it at the next regular meeting and can make any changes if needed. Any questions on the policy itself?
Any questions or comments, board members? No.
And then the other items are the resolutions themselves, kind of laying things out in terms of the balance.
Okay. Okay. And you'll bring this forward to us for approval
on June 28th for approval in order to be compliant for year-end financial statements.
Thank you. Okay. Great. Okay, let's move on to item F4, our summer school program update. Dr. Meyer?
Yes, what you have before you on item F4 is an update on the summer school program. I wanted to apprise you of some of the changes that are recommended and have occurred. In addition to the proposal that came before you on March 24th, we had an unanticipated lower number of enrollment than previously projected. And as a result, we put teachers at Twain and Garfield, 2 alternative schools, in Program Improvement Year 5, students who are most at risk for loss of graduation. And so that program expanded to that degree. And then also, there are the schools that are currently included in the traditional elementary schools include Alcott, Bayview Terrace, Florence, Hage, and Hage was a change as well. Lindbergh, Schweitzer, Marvin, Miramar Ranch for special education only, Rodriguez, and Whitman. And for year-round, Cherokee Point, Hancock, Logan, Mason, and Johnson. For the middle schools, the campuses will include traditional Bell, Lewis, Mann, Marston, and Wagenheim. And for the year-round campus, Clark. And then for the traditional schools, La Jolla, through their autonomous agreement, as mentioned last time, will be offering some classes, not many, due to that current agreement. Lincoln and Madison also will cluster the other high school students within the district. I think it's noteworthy to mention, and it was mentioned, although it was in March, that we started by looking where we had special education programs that were open, so as to leverage sites that were currently open and to use them to greater capacity. And we also followed the first, third, eighth grade retention policy, as well as looking at only seniors this year who were deficient in there with D's and F's. And so for that reason, we had projected numbers, and we built the program around those projections. I see Ms. Jackson looking in my direction, and I should note that after this update was given, we found out from one of the campuses that their initial numbers of 13 school students in Canto, that rose from 13 to, I believe, in speaking with Shirley Wilson and Brenda Campbell, up to 60. And so I know that we are working with the area superintendent, assistant superintendent, to look at a program at that particular campus. I do note that the summer school program office went out to all the principals, and this originally was a campus that was designated for construction that would have gotten in the way, but that it really was that number of 13 that made the decision, and when that number changed, the decision changed as a result.
Okay, well thank you, and so certainly let me just share my comments publicly, and I want to thank the staff for providing the update of a summer school. And what prompted me requesting an update was I had heard at the high school level that several high schools, Patrick Henry, Scripps Ranch, and Point Loma, were having summer school, and why not Morris, Crawford, San Diego High, our neediest campuses weren't having summer school. That was of concern. Once I received the report, my concern became in a traditional elementary level that there was no elementary schools in Area 1. And where you have a lot of needy students, it was hard for me to understand why you did not have summer school in those particular areas. And so maybe the numbers have changed at Encanto, but the concern that I have, and certainly the superintendent have heard me say this, and I keep saying it until as long as I'm here, and that is that at this level, we have to look and see what do we need to do for students and make sure that those needs are met. You can't tell me in our high impoverished areas where we have lots of program improvement schools, we don't have the need for summer school. My mind just can't get around that. So I had a hard time understanding this list. I did talk with special ed, talked with Mr. Fulcher, went to his office, and he told me to leave him alone now. But anyway, certainly, my concern, and so I have spoken with some of the other, my concern at the high school level was that, and I heard you mention it just for the seniors, was that we have schools like Morris and, again, San Diego High and Crawford. These are our neediest schools, and I don't know how they were left out of the cycle. So I have a concern when we're planning things, but we're not planning things in the area of need. So then when the schools are not successful, we say, well, look at those poor schools. Why aren't those children more successful? But we don't include them in early transitional kindergarten grants. We don't include them when it comes time for summer school. And we say that we got to take their discretionary funds and spread it all around. And then we wonder why the schools aren't moving forward. So first of all, again, I'm very happy for the report. Secondly, I thank you for now including Encanto, but my concerns, I want them registered publicly, that I still need the staff to think on a global level and look at where we have needs and try to meet those needs. I understand that we want to spread things around the entire district, but if spreading them around means not having them in the area of need, that is not appropriate. We should take those areas first.
I agree, especially for the younger students who have more difficult with mobility.
All right. I mean, I just had a little different read on this information here because Ms. Jackson mentioned, Point Loma and Scripps Ranch and a couple schools were offering summer school, but Lincoln also had it through the 21st Century Grant, and Hoover also had it through another grant. It looks to me, and just looking at the information you provided, that the programs were offered at two high schools, principally Lincoln and Madison, one in the north area of the district and one in the south area of the district. So that was the limited offering that was to cover all areas of the district. These other places that were listed were doing it through school site funds or through grants, and so I would be interested in knowing why the schools that didn't offer it, why they didn't want to use some of the funds that they have, Title I or otherwise, for funding some summer school programs there. And then I just wanted to make sure on the La Jolla High one, that's separately funded, right? When you say through their autonomous agreement, does autonomous also mean they're finding the funds for it, or what?
They have received a nominal amount because within their agreement it states that they are entitled to similar programs that we provide for other schools. Because we were only providing for seniors who had D's and F's, we looked at the number of D's and F's at La Jolla High School for their seniors, which was a very small number, and then gave a small stipend to support those seniors in credit recovery.
Okay, but the central point I wanted to make was it's being offered in the north at Madison and the south at Lincoln, and there are other schools that are offering it at their sites. And so the question is, why are these other schools not offering it? Or is it not a high priority? I mean, we've talked a lot about site-based decision-making and budgets and so forth. And so the schools that are on this list that are funded by the sites, that wasn't a central decision. No. That wasn't the central staff looking and saying, we're going to give it to these schools and to these schools, but not to these schools. So I don't have the information. I don't know what their budgets were or what the situation but is. But I guess that would be helpful information for me in response to what Ms. Jackson
that
was saying.
The conversation was, does the other schools know, or were they informed that they could have found discretionary funds, or there was a grant written? The question was the information made available to them so that they could have made a more informed decision? Okay. And so I agree with what you're saying, and sometimes some principals have been around for a long time, they know where to find money, that type of thing, and some principals don't. So I just said at this particular level, what Dr. Meyer's role is to make sure that all of the schools know what's available to them to help their students. Yeah.
And I guess the answer to that would be yes. They do know because they have had classes in the past, but what they did not know was whether we would have central funding that would have supported a program that might have met all of their needs. Okay. Some of these you could go case by case and explain why they're providing them.
So I just wanted to, and I apologize for zoning in a couple of specific schools, but I know that the last couple of years, Roosevelt has had a summer school program where Memorial students have come to, and I think the sense was that had there been a program on the Memorial campus, we might have actually gotten more students to go, but now we don't have it on either. Do you have a sense about those two specific schools?
I have a sense that due to the shrinking of the summer school this year, that it caused that effect at many of our campuses. We had a lack of transportation, as you all know, for summer school, so that exacerbated the problem. And certainly that you can see that we have Bell, Lewis, Mann, Marston, and Wagenheim. But in the past, we have circled back to Roosevelt for that very geographical reason. Okay. This year, it is a much reduced program.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Don.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meyer. Okay, on to the board consent agenda. Is there a motion for items G1 through 3?
Approval.
Okay.
Second.
Please vote. We've got a speaker. Okay, please clear the board. Item G3, Edith Smith.
On item number G3 that addresses the uniform complaint and the Williams complaint procedure, I wanted to say that it was wonderful to see online explicitly how the policy changed, but it also mentioned that there was some CDE findings, and that was not put online. So in the interest of transparency, I'd like to see if the district could assist the community in being more informed and being more involved and provide that information just so that we can follow and be assistive as things move forward. Thank you.
Superintendent, is that something that we might be able to follow up?
I will take a look at that.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, have we voted yet on items G1 through G3? Please vote again. Okay. So let's get a Tiger Team update, item H1.
Yes, Mr. President and members of the board. First of all, there's been a lot of activity on the Title I Tiger Team. Sorry.
Thanks.
You said I was your favorite board member.
That was a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay. And there's been a lot of information requested, and Mr. Rohde and his staff and budget staff has done their best to respond, but it's also clear that there's a certain level of detail of past expenditures which was not available without digging through the sites, and I think a number of Tiger Teams have made it clear that if we're going to truly look at a historical review of where the money was spent and what was carried over instead of probably going to need more time to do it, and we had originally thought it'd come back by the first meeting in July, so it's more likely going to need another couple of months. So wanted to give that update on that. We do need to circle back and have specific discussions on a couple of the items as well when one of our free days on some of these other items.
Yeah. Okay. I think in looking at how specifically a lot of the Title I monies are being spent at sites, it's opened up the realization that we really can do a better job of having transparency with site budgets to the extent that maybe we want to try to even have links of site-specific expenditures and site budgets on the website so that any member of the public can go and look and see how are all of our schools spending all of their discretionary funds and Title I funds, etc.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, board members Barnett and Beiser. We'll go down to item H4. This is Mr. Beiser's appointment to the Excess Property Committee.
Call the question. I move to appoint him to the Excess Property Committee.
Second.
Who are you moving to appoint? Just give us the name, please.
His name is John. I can't remember his last name.
I think someone's dog ate a couple of board members' homework. Yeah. I think.
Good fine.
What is his name? Casey, John Casey.
John?
He works with he works in real estate and in property. He was actually referred to me by a lot of other individuals, and so I looked at his resume, and he has a lot of experience in real estate.
We got it.
So I think it's important.
Okay. Do we have a second? We had a second, right?
Yes.
Okay. Please vote on John Casey. Okay. Item H5. This is a proposal to solicit an RFP for the joint development of this headquarters. Any comment? If not, please vote.
The appointment is?
No, this is joint use. This is moving on down the road. Okay.
All right, great. And then we moved up item I7 to coincide with this. So this is an update. Superintendent, do you want to kick this off on the review of our district real property?
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Stover, who's been working this issue.
Okay. Yeah, this is an item continued from the last meeting that we didn't get to due to exhaustion.
Right.
Roy McPhail is going to present his recommendation to you. Thank you.
Thank you. President Barrera, members of the board, at your May 10th special meeting, the board received a report from a real estate consultant on our excess school properties, and at that time you asked us to provide you an outline, a very general outline of what a study of the entire district real estate inventory might be. And we did some work with staff and also with that consultant to develop an outline that would probably be a two-phase process where we would do a period of data analysis, work with a steering committee or a group to work out what our strategies would be, and then the second part would be to look in depth at specific properties that we might want to look at for potential disposition. So the outline before you was kept pretty general, and we want your input if you have anything you'd like to add to it, and whether you want us to proceed maybe to an RFP or something.
$90,000.
Well, that's roughly what the excess property study was.
Okay, all right.
That jumped out at me too, because there's a lot of hungry consultants out there right now, especially in this field. But anyhow, I guess we don't. It's an information item, but I would encourage staff to come back with a more detailed plan, and also not just for this, but also an aggressive real estate department plan to aggressively pursue leveraging our assets. So it's not just what they are, but how we will proceed with doing that, and it may make me require changes or additions or whatever. So if that would be my encouragement as part of this.
Yeah, and I think there's probably concurrence. Okay, great. Yeah, Superintendent.
I want to elevate the urgency of need. If I've got to cover bills next year,
yeah, that's right.
Multi-year deficit, we really have got to move this one.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Just to emphasize the public, this is for all types of use of property. Whether it involves selling property that is excess or finding revenue generation through our properties that are very commercially valuable.
Great. Thank you, Roy.
Thank you.
Okay, item I-4. Can we get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
This is just the easement right of way.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Please vote. And item I-6. Can we get a motion?
Yes, so moved.
Yeah. Please vote if no further comment.
Waiting for you. Okay.
All right. Okay. Good. And I think that concludes our agenda tonight. And did we have further public comment? Yeah.
Back to the session.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just go through the folks who had signed up to speak on item I-2 that we continued. Rob Thorson, and we're going to limit this to a minute apiece. Rob Thorson, Andrea Cameron, Siohan Cameron, David Roman Nichols, Amy Monroe, Ariadna Okendo, That's right, and if you want to speak to the item, obviously next week when it's been continued, you are already signed up to do that. You don't have to sign up again. But go ahead. Yeah. So go. If I called your name, please go ahead. Yeah.
Good evening. I know you've pushed this to next week, but we got the phone call like 5 minutes before all of our carpools were heading over here. I just want to recognize how many of our families are here. Thank you so much. We had... We had 4 school days. 4 school days was the only notice we were given that our music funding was being pulled, and the support that we've seen is just amazing. We've drafted a letter. There are roughly 280 students at our school. There are roughly 250 signatures attached to this letter. So
what's your name? I'm sorry.
My name is Amy Monroe.
Amy, okay. Thank you.
So thank you for hearing us this evening. We will be back next week.
Great.
So I just want to say there are 2 or 3 kids that come late to our Monday morning violin class every week. Same kids. and it's at 8 a.m., and I just kind of wonder if those kids weren't pestering their parents to get them to violin class at 8 a.m. on Monday, would they actually get to school that day, or even any day that week? And reducing truancy is just one of the proven benefits of dynamic and engaging music programs like those upon which our school is founded. That was fast. We could stand up here and go on and on about those benefits, but that's not what this is about. You'll hear from us next week, and we really do appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My name is Andrea Cameron. My daughter just finished kindergarten at Crown Point. I just wanted to say we drive 27 miles one way in order to get Siobhan to Crown Point Junior Music Academy for the Suzuki Violin program. We spend 30 minutes on the road and about $60 a week in gas. My daughter has a condition called panhypopituitarism, which means she can't participate in any sort of sports programs. She can't do a lot of things a regular kid can do, like cheerleading, gymnastics, things of that nature. We toured every single school that was a magnet school for the arts, and she chose Crown Point. That was the school she wanted to go to because she wanted to play the violin. After meeting the staff and seeing the program in action, I was more than willing to drive her that much to get to school every day. When she's playing violin, that's the only time that you can see on her face that she just completely forgets about her medical needs, her medical condition, and she feels like a normal kid. And that's something I don't want to see taken away from any kids at all. Mr. Lux, the violin teacher, works wonders with her. She plays the violin with him 3 times a week, and I've never seen her happier. If she stays home sick for any reason, and it's a violin day, she'll cry because she wants to show Mr. Lux just how much she's improved on playing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. And then Siobhan wanted to talk as well.
Help you, baby.
I want to save the music. And when I play violin, I feel like a normal kid.
Hello, my name is David. I'm Siobhan's stepfather. When the school first started and we had the Suzuki meeting at the beginning of the year, I was so excited that we're actually going to be allowing the children to play the violin since I've been wanting to play for a while, and this gave me an opportunity to spend more time with my stepdaughter. Taking the time to grow musically together has helped us develop a bond that we only have. I was more than willing to adjust my work schedule to be there with her learning together. She has developed a strong memory and discipline. She can tell you pretty much how to in the Suzuki way to play the Twinkle Twinkle Little Star song, and it's just amazing. We ask that you please keep this unique program alive. It helps kids excel in their education, confidence, discipline, and helps develop a strong bond between parents and children. The instruments are already paid for, the room is empty, and the students are wanting to learn. There's really no more money that we have to do except for just a teacher, and the teacher's already being paid for already regardless, since they're not going to be laid off. So it's already there. Let's just give it to the children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ariadna Oquendo, and we are a military family, and we just moved here to San Diego last year. A military child goes through a lot of changes and challenges. That's why I want to make sure I provide my child with a great education, stability, and something to motivate him. When I was doing my research for school, I found a magnet music program. Crown Point Junior Music Academy provides an excellent program where my child and I are able to learn the violin class together. No other school offers something like this. My family and I live in La Mesa, which is outside of the school district. I do not mind driving more than 4 times a day back and forward from my home to Pacific Beach just to be in class with him. I also know of other families that drive long distances and come from out of the school district just to benefit from the school excellent music program. I do not understand how it's possible to be a music academy with no music program. Please keep the music program in our school. Thanks.
Okay, Jennifer Upton, Dylan Upton, Jennifer Anderson, Imani Robinson, Nancy Lemeroff, Stephanie Lemeroff.
Go ahead and start. I live 1 block from Crown Point, and this is my son, Dylan. And when he was ready for kindergarten, I did my research. In 2005, Crown Point's API was 721, and its statewide rank was a 4. I never considered sending him there, so I choiced him into another school. When Crown Point turned into a music magnet, I grabbed onto that opportunity. I moved Dylan there when he entered the 2nd grade. His first year, he received music theory instruction, but there weren't enough violins for the entire school as originally promised, so he didn't get to participate in the Suzuki program. Each year, the school was to purchase more violins, but according to the phasing in program, Dylan would have never received Suzuki instruction. But Mr. Stephen Lux, he said he would teach every child, but they had to get their own violins. They had to buy or rent. So last year, Dylan's 3rd grade class, 24 students, had 100% participation in the violin program. This is astonishing considering that 57% of the school is economically disadvantaged. In 3 short years as a music magnet, the API has continued to climb. Last year it was 850, and the statewide rank was an 8, and in the similar school rank it was a 10. It's a one-of-a-kind program, nationally recognized, increased enrollment, improved attendance, climbing test scores, and that sounds like a success story to me.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'll stand up here with you, okay? I'll stand up here with you.
Hello, my name is Dylan. I'm going to be in 5th grade next year. I like to play the violin, but I especially like the fiddle. It's fun and it's a rush. I like to play with all my friends, and a few play the cello. I like to play with all my friends. I like all my friends that play the violin and cello. Wait, I like that.
I like that.
All my friends play the violin, and a few people like to play the cello. I'm learning how to read music from the recorder and violin. I like to perform on stage. I like the attention. It gives me a relief when I'm done. Miss Burton's class is fun because you get to play the recorder, xylophone, and a whole bunch of other instruments. I think this school is cool. Thank you.
All right.
Music. My school helps me learn music. Please do not take away our music program.
My son has learned so much from Crown Point Music Junior Academy. He loves music. He wakes up singing and dancing every morning. From the music program, he's learned to sing, dance, and has more confidence to even stand up in front of you guys, when before in just a year he did not.
Hi, my name is Nancy, and I have a daughter who just turned 6 years old and is already playing the violin. During the process, she has learned that discipline and practice can produce wonderful results. The beginning was not easy. She got frustrated many times and tried to quit too, because it was getting difficult. But she learned to do her best, keep going, practicing, and at the end, she was enjoying it a lot. Yesterday we were watching her performance video, and she was telling us she can't wait to learn the advanced class song. She's all excited about learning to play the recorder too. In one of the last performances, she listened to Mission Bay High School Band, and I know she can see herself getting there. Many children as mine will have the opportunity to play an instrument only if the district keeps funding our marvelous music program. All of you are well-educated people, and there's no need to tell you the wonderful benefits of music for children. What I want to tell you is that our unique music program has been the heart of the great positive changes in our school community. The way how parents are involved with their children and the interaction among parents is just unique. I don't think you can find in a regular day at other schools the amount of moms and dads with their children learning in a classroom how to play an instrument or volunteering for school events.
Thanks very much.
Music is important to me because we can sing with it, we can dance with it, and we can hear it. But the most important thing that's me about music is that when we play it, everybody learns a little thing, and to learn that playing music is fun. Thanks.
All right. Okay, Jennifer Robinson, who I think already went, Jackie Nipper, Kitsy Nipper, Brian Monroe, Rebecca Rothstein, Sandy Chrisman.
Hi, my name is Kitsy, and I like this school because I can sing, and I can read, and I can write. So what I got yesterday is a singing award because I was the greatest singer. And if you take away all of this, then I won't be able to sing. Or read or write, because if you can sing, then you can write and you can read. Because I'm a little bad at reading, so it would help me to read. And if you fire Miss Burton and Miss Orem and Mr. Lux, then that would take away the whole music program, and I wouldn't be able to do all these things that are really cool.
Well, how do you follow that? My name's Jackie, and this is my daughter. I worry about Kitsy because I'm dyslexic, and I struggled through school. I'm sorry, this is a passionate issue to my heart and theirs. The only reason that I graduated from high school and I went to Grossmont High School was because of the music program that they had. I failed every class because it was such a struggle, and it's a struggle for her to read. But because I had the music, I had to do well because I couldn't sing in the solos and I couldn't go on the trips. I know that this is hard. I know you're struggling with what you have to do, but we have to find a better solution. This school is the school. It's a magnet school because of what it is. You take that away, we don't have that. I chose to come to that school because I live in that neighborhood. That is actually my local school. But I would never have gone to Crown Point or sent Kitsy to Crown Point prior to this because it had a bad reputation. Now I beg to, or I am so proud to all of the other parents in the neighborhood and tell them about our school because it's so wonderful. Please consider funding this program.
Thanks. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brian Monroe. My son is a first grader. We actually started at another school, kindergarten, and we had struggles there watching our son work through and grow through that. And we knew he was into music, and we saw this program and came to it, and we are the biggest advocates of it and love it and encourage other parents to come and join. We love the diversity. We love the success story. It's watching a school go from an underperforming school to a top 10 school in a matter of 3 years is something to be modeled and repeated and taken throughout the district as a success story, and not having the funding pulled and taken away. I've seen my son grow so much, his confidence. He stood up in class. He taught himself a song that the older kids were playing, and he stood up and he challenged the teacher, said, "I can play this song." And he just stood there, and we had never even heard him play it once, and he played it flawlessly, beginning to end, in front of an entire class. The confidence that brings, most kids don't have at 9th, 10th grade, let alone a first grader. So please keep the school. We love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Almost 10% of the diverse Crown Point family is on the autism spectrum. So board members, in your decisions, remember music cultivates focus, activity-appropriate concentration, and positive communication skills for kids on the spectrum. Suzuki Violin creates an atmosphere that's safe for kids on the spectrum to learn in because the parents learn along with the student under the direction of the teacher. We call it the triangle of success. And I've seen it in my own son. He is able to interact and connect and bond with his non-autistic peers in a way an academic-only environment never would allow. And that is why we choiced into Crown Point, one of the reasons. And that is why, up until last week, we were relying on the fact that the music program, both general music with Mrs. Burton and Suzuki Violin with Mr. Lux, would continue to allow him to improve and flourish within his school experience. The Suzuki Music Program creates tolerance in the student body because kids see that their peers with differences are allowed to participate and should participate in every aspect of the school. Withholding this funding is destroying a beautiful model of inclusion which Crown Point has created and which I think can gain national recognition, be a crown jewel of success for this district and for you as the representatives of this district. Thanks. As a beautiful mix of inclusion, academic, and artistic achievement. Please keep Crown Point Junior Music Academy. Thank you.
We came to Crown Point Junior Music Academy 3 years ago when my son was 3. We entered into the preschool program for the sole purpose of the Suzuki Music Program. So we waited patiently for 2 years so he could have the opportunity to learn the violin. He was in kindergarten this past year and finally got to play the violin, and now you guys are going to take it away. However, in those first 2 years, we got much more than we expected. Sorry, I'm going to cry. In addition to a great educational experience, we found a community. I have friendships which I share deeply and a group of people with a common goal, which is the music inside those walls. If you pull this program, you not only completely change my child's future, you destroy our community. Please don't do that. Thank you.
All right. Makai Cross, Shane Monica, Stephen Lux, Catherine Cook, Kira Rognes, Thomas Echevarria.
Hi, I am Makai Cross. I've been going to Crown Point for 3 years and now I am going to 4th grade. In my 3 years of education, I've learned the violin, drums, guitar, and recorder. If it wasn't for this music program, us students would not be so talented. My parents drive me 30 minutes to school just for this education. And not just that, it could change our whole career and make us better people. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Belen Sandoval. I am a Crown Point student. I came here to tell you that I don't want you to take the music. These 4 years I have been learning violin, and it is fun to play the violin. Please do not take the music. Thank you for listening to me.
Good evening. My name is Steve Lux. I'm the string teacher at Crown Point, and I'm very emotional after hearing all that. Mr. Barnett, Mr. Koba, you've been to our school. I'm sure you would agree what a special place it is. But I can't say more than what's already been said, except that the entire expense of the Suzuki program and the string program is my salary. We've already spent several $1,000s on instruments and equipment. I did not receive a pink slip this year, so you guys are stuck with me next year, whether I'm at Crown Point or somewhere else. I do also want to point out that this year there are 7 students at our school that came because of our program that don't even live in the district. So the money that the state pays the district to have them come to our school, that almost pays for my salary right there. One more thing I'd like to say. I'd like to say one couple of words about the VAPA program, because a lot of my colleagues from VAPA are here. Can I just say?
Go ahead. Yes.
Just say this. Next time you see your doctor, ask he or she if he or she ever played a musical instrument. Next time you see a gangbanger, ask the same question. Thank you.
All right. Leslie Faulkner, Lucille Park, David Pletner Saunders, Brian Ray Schuchman, Anne Marie Haney, and Sylvia Castelluso.
Good evening. My name is Lucille Park, and I am a music teacher in the VAPA department. And we in the VAPA department respect you so much and know you have such difficult decisions to make and that it's very hard, and we really respect what all of you all are doing up here. I'm here to just say I've heard that a limited number of music teachers may be restored to the VAPA department. And just to remind you, if I may, that there is no way all of the elementary schools can be covered if there are only some teachers brought back. Only a few teachers is just a part of the 29 teachers in music in the elementary school area that we have now. In many elementary schools, there is no music program at all besides the one provided by the VAPA department. And that does include a lot of the schools south of Highway 8. If the VAPA department is not restored more fully, some of these schools will have no music at all, and that is denying equal access to core curriculum. So I ask you to please restore more teachers so that there will be fair and equal access throughout the entire district. Again, thank you, and we really respect you.
Okay, Alma Hills, Yasmin Bosin, and Holly Churchill.
Good evening. I'm Alma Hills, principal at Freeze Elementary School. First of all, I want to thank you for restoring first grade class sizes to 24-1. Every little bit helps, and so any other little bit that you can give us, we really appreciate it. My concern tonight is that as a principal, I was told that our magnet money is in our X factor. For a school like Freeze, that logic doesn't quite work. We're a mid-size level 2 elementary school, which means we have the lowest funding ratio of all schools in the district. Through our X Factor, Freeze received $169,088. With that money, we staffed our front office with reductions. We funded noon duty supervisors at half the level they were funded last year. We funded the copy machine, and we funded instructional supplies. At Freeze, our magnet program has been cut tremendously over the last few years, but our magnet resource teacher is truly the foundation of the program. There's no money to fund her, and yet through her liaison with our partners, she brings in $70,000 worth of resources to our school. So please take a look at the X Factor and know that we really cannot fund our magnet program with our X Factor.
Yasmin, I cut you.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
Okay. Okay. I just passed out the email that I sent you guys last week to you and the superintendent. And I just want to say one more time that parents and community members were not part of the decision-making process for Lincoln transition. A committee was put together. We met twice. We were told that we're going to have a facilitator. We're going to get an email with the schedule. We never did it. And on May 23rd, we have a town hall meeting. But I just want to mention that on June, the board voted to have 2 principals at Lincoln. During that discussion, President Barrera advocated for an additional principal for San Diego High because the committee has expressed what they need. And Superintendent Cova mentioned that he had been meeting with Crawford and San Diego, where the transition process was being discussed.
Thank you. Kearney went from 2 to 3 principals because they have show grown. Lincoln did not get any additional anything, not even a process. I am here to ask you that no changes are made to the Lincoln administrative team until a process is followed. And I'm requesting a meeting with each of you, board of the education members, and superintendent to discuss my email because parents and community are concerned about it.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And just to mention one more thing, I was looking on the board June 2nd board actions, and I couldn't find everything we said here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Holly Churchill, parent and art events consultant, San Diego. I'm here on behalf of parents from a school in Claremont where 4 out of 5 of the 4th and 5th grade families, we did an informal survey, are wholeheartedly in support of saving VAPA. We are one of the 119, I'm told, schools that would lose instrumental music in grades 4th and 5th or 5th and 6th, depending on the school. And once we lose it, we don't think it could come back. It's one of those things that once it's gone, resurrecting it's going to be very difficult. And parents will need to make other alternatives. Either the PTAs will have to pick it up, foundations will have to pick it up, and what if they can't? $20,000 is a big chunk of change out of a budget of $60,000, and that's even for schools that even have that. So private lessons are cost prohibitive for many families in this economy. So we're just here to ask for your support once again. It's a long-going topic, and we appreciate all you're doing. I know I've talked to a number of representatives on the board. I'll keep this short. I just want to say thank you. Music, of course, is supportive of kids at all levels of cognitive and emotional development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. We're adjourned, and we'll go back to closed session.